This is Audible.
Last Seen Wearing by Colin Dexter, an Inspector Morse mystery, with John Shrapnel as Inspector Morse and Robert Lenister as Sergeant Lewis. Dramatised by Guy Meredith, featuring Miles Anderson, Melinda Walker, Donald Sumpter, Francis Jeter, Terence Edmund and Tamsin Greig.
It's not just that it was someone else's case.
It was Ainley's case.
I realise that, but I think there might be others better suited.
You don't feel you owe it to Ainley, is that it?
With all respect, sir, not being of a religious persuasion...
Morse, Ainley is dead.
I'm as shocked and as sorry as anyone else here, but that won't help him, will it, for someone to take over his wild goose chase?
He'd amassed a considerable amount of data. If you took the trouble to look at the file...
He hadn't actually got anywhere, had he? In 3 years, he'd come nowhere near finding her. How am I supposed to...
Follow in his footsteps? With difficulty, I would have said, Morse, because I not only liked Dick Ainley, I respected him as a policeman. He was one of the best we had here in Oxford. Thorough, methodical, in fact, all the things you're not.
Well, in that case, why...
Because I'm telling you to. Because when I say I want you on this inquiry, that isn't a request, you understand?
Yes, sir.
The fact that you're used to dealing with murders is neither here nor there. No matter how far below your elevated status, routine police work goes on. And I want to do something for Dick's memory, even if it doesn't seem that important to you.
Look, sir, don't get the wrong impression.
I won't if you put your back into the investigation, will I? No. Now, you could start off by going through this file tonight.
Tonight? Ah, well, the thing is...
Yes, Inspector?
Ticket for the new theatre, Welsh National Opera. Parsifal.
Really? You know, Morse, if you had half the compassion for real people that you feel for a bunch of characters clumping and bellowing their way around a stage, you might find you measured up a lot better in your colleagues' estimation.
Yes, sir. Oh, one more thing, sir. I suppose there's no possibility that Valerie Taylor might be dead.
None at all, Morse. I think when you look at the latest addition to the file, you'll find that leaves it very clear indeed.
Second of September. Dear Mum and Dad, just to let you know I'm all right. Sorry I've not written before, but I'm all right. Love, Valerie. I'm sorry. Could I just... Excuse me.
But it's only the end of the overture.
Yes, I know, I'm sorry. Will you excuse me, please?
Philistine.
Excuse me, sorry. Sorry to bother you of an evening, Mrs. Ainley, but I didn't have a chance to express my condolences at the funeral.
Ice, Mr. Morse?
No, just as it comes, please. And, oh, thank you. Thought I ought to say how very sorry, how dreadful. I mean, we all felt what a tragedy it was.
Thank you. At least there was no one else hurt in the accident?
No. I suppose he was tired, working too hard.
That was Richard.
And the traffic on the M40? He'd been to London?
Yes. I don't know why. Monday was his day off, and the 1st of September. It was our wedding anniversary.
Mrs. Ainley. Irene, isn't it?
Eileen.
I shouldn't have come, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. He was a good husband, but he could become so wound up in his work.
And you think he'd been working that day in London? That he'd been to see somebody, was following something up?
I'm sure of it.
But you don't know exactly what?
The tailor girl. Something to do with the tailor girl. He'd never let it drop, and then recently. Why do you ask?
Well, I probably should have mentioned this to begin with, but I'm taking over the case.
And you want to know if there's anything I can tell you?
No. I mean, that wasn't the prime reason for my visit.
Oh, don't worry. Richard was exactly the same. If a problem needed solving, he wouldn't let social niceties stand in the way.
Mrs. Ainley, Eileen, please.
Well, there's nothing I can tell you. And even if there were, I don't know that I'd pass it on. I don't ever want to hear anything about that Taylor girl again. Can't you understand that?
I've been set up, haven't I?
Sir?
The chief superintendent, Lewis, he's determined to take me down a peg, and this is his way of doing it.
I'm not quite with you, sir.
Too many plum cases, that's what he thinks. You finished going through that file?
Yes, sir.
And?
There's not a lot to go on, really, is there? No. On Tuesday, June the 10th, 1990, Valerie Taylor leaves school to walk home for lunch. She eats it with her mother, and at 1:30 she sets back off for school again. Yeah. Everything normal, everything routine. Except that she never arrives. And that's the last anyone's seen of her. And then this letter turns up from London last week.
Missing persons, Lewis. Routine, drudgery, check, double check, interview, report. Pimps, pushers, prostitutes. In the end, what do you find?
You find the girl if you're lucky.
How old is she going to be now, 3 years on?
Well, 19, sir.
Exactly. So she can quite happily tell us to get lost and stop bothering her. If no law has been broken, what on earth is the point, Lewis? Come on, let's go over the road for a drink.
But it's only 12:15.
Then we should get served with no problem. Well, one thing you can say about this place, they pull a decent pint.
The tomato juice isn't bad either, sir. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Though if you were after a bit of peace, we could have chosen somewhere different. The roadworks.
Does it bother you? I've always felt a tinge of empathy with those labourers. Presented with an implacable surface, they have to break through and churn up the muck underneath. Just like us.
If you say so, sir. Now, as to the Taylor case.
Yes, go on. The brain cells are beginning to function.
Well, it strikes me that for all Dick Ainley's thoroughness, he's missed something important.
And what's that?
Well, he says that Valerie wasn't seen again after she'd left her house, after she'd had lunch with her mother.
So?
Well, the Roger Bacon Comprehensive. I happen to know it quite well because my kids are coming up to secondary school age.
Well, that's fascinating, Lewis, yes.
Yeah, well, one of the attractions is that they've got a lollipop man outside. You know, chap with a white coat and a sign who stops the traffic.
Ah.
Now, Valerie lived down a cul-de-sac almost opposite the school. So when she leaves the house, she either has to hike over the fields next to the reservoir, or, if she is heading for London, come past the lollipop man, who, seeing the children at least twice a day, is bound to recognise her.
That's very good, Lewis. Did they put extra Worcester sauce in that?
It'd be worth talking to him, wouldn't it, sir?
Well, you get on to it. Are you carrying a photograph of the girl?
Yes, sir. Here.
Similar. Well, you certainly wouldn't forget Valerie Taylor in a hurry, would you?
Must have been about 15 there, but you'd place her at least a couple of years older. God knows how she looks now. I doubt if we'd even recognise her.
Something of a femme fatale. You know, it's just struck me. If you wanted to bury a body, a roadwork trench might come in very handy, mightn't it?
I suppose so, sir.
Anyway, you get off to see your lollipop man, because I'm going to call a little higher up the school hierarchy. Good of you to see me at such short notice, Mr. Phillipson.
Not at all, Inspector. When you said on the phone that news had been heard of Valerie, well...
It was only a brief letter.
Even so, it proves she's alive, doesn't it? Not that anyone here really doubted it.
Quite. How long have you been headmaster here, Mr. Phillipson?
Since Michaelmas term, 89.
She vanished at the end of that academic year, so you had some chance to get to know Valerie.
Insofar as a headmaster has that much time to spend with the pupils.
What was she like?
Academically? Not above average, I wouldn't have said. Bright enough, but one of those children who don't see the sense in half the subjects they're taught.
I see. And, unacademically? Well, that is, personally?
Well, there you'd be better off asking her form master. Or would be if he was still here. Mr. Acomb has left us, I'm afraid.
Well, that's unfortunate. You could, I imagine, identify her writing.
This is a letter. I think her parents would be rather more expert.
And I intend to ask them. You don't have any of Valerie's old exercise books?
We may do. If they're not taken home, they're kept for a while and then usually burned.
Burned?
In the furnace. Old-fashioned central heating, I'm afraid. But in Valerie's case, Baines would be the man to tell you.
The caretaker?
The assistant head. However, as luck would have it, he's not here either.
You haven't had a complete exodus of staff, have you, Mr. Phillipson?
No, simply that, as part of his duties, Baines draws up the timetable and always gives himself the perk of Tuesday afternoons off, which, of course, is
today. Quite. Well...
I'm sorry I can't have been of any more help, Inspector.
Oh, but you can. If Valerie's exercise books were in the school, where do you think they might be?
Well, possibly in the storeroom.
Good. Then why don't you lead me there, and I'll take a look for myself.
You certain about that?
Hey,
I say, you sure of it?
now listen, young man. My hearing may not be what it was, but there is nothing wrong with my memory. Anyway, I already told the other man. What were his name?
Ainley. Chief Inspector Ainley.
Well, that's right. Told him so. Saw her. Ran in past the crossing, carrying her satchel. Shouted to her as well, but she didn't reply. Or, I don't think she did. But it was her, all right.
And then she disappeared round the bend in the road.
That's it. But I already explained it to him a while back, before I had my accident. Did I tell you about the accident?
You did, Joe. Yeah, but thanks very much for your time.
Oh, terrible thing, traffic. And you're right here in the firing line. Chap on a motorbike.
Well, it took you a while.
Yeah, well, old Joe isn't the most direct of men, but it was worth it. Apparently, he already told Ainley that he saw Valerie coming out from Beecham Close after lunch, and yet Ainley makes no mention of that in his records.
Well, that's amazing.
I mean, you know, what could he have been thinking of?
I'm not certain yet, but I've got one or two possibilities sketched out. Look, why don't you drive? I've got something to show you back at the office. Well, what do you make of it?
Well, it's a pretty useful find, isn't it, sir? If we've got one of our exercise books, we can check the letter's genuine. I'm sure handwriting changes a lot in 3 years, but...
Forensic will sort that out for us. What else?
She doesn't seem to be very good at French, does she? Not that I ever got much beyond the bonjour stage myself, but from the amount of red ink...
Mr. David Acombe, apart from the travails of a form master, seems to have had his work cut out with her linguistically. Try the last page.
Not good enough. See me after class.
Which, consulting the timetable I managed to wring out of the headmaster, would have been the final lesson she received, thus making Mr. Acombe another of the last people to see her alive.
Alive, sir?
To see her in Oxford, if you prefer. However, before we pursue that, there's one more important lead to be divined from this exercise book. Yes, Morse.
It's Mrs. Ainley. She's got something for you. We'd like you to call round to her house.
Call round to her house. When?
Well, as soon as you can.
Oh, God. All right, I'll see what I can do.
Is it fingerprints, sir?
What?
The clue from the book?
No. Look, would you mind going round to see Mrs. Ainley? She's got something for us, and I don't think I can face her again. I mean, you being a family man,
Well, what difference does that make, sir?
Well, you'll handle her better than I will, that's all. Anyway, it's about time somebody spoke to the parents, which onerous duty I take upon myself.
Very well, sir. Shall I drop you off?
No, you go ahead. I want to go through Ainley's files again first, and check exactly what is in there.
The truth is, I was a little short with Inspector Morse. When something like this happens, you try and carry on normally, but...
Between you and me, he isn't always the easiest character to deal with. I'm used to him by now, of course.
You're his human side, is that it?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Sergeant Lewis, I was married to a policeman for 15 years. And whatever their superficial differences, I think Richard had a lot in common with your inspector. I would guess he's secretive, that he gets wrapped up in his work.
This case certainly seems to be growing on him.
Just as it did with Richard. Which is why I thought you should have this. It's Richard's personal diary.
I see.
There aren't any great revelations in it, but, well, on the day that he died, there is an address.
34 Brewerton Street.
It's in London, of course. I looked it up. Soho.
Well, that's very useful indeed, Mrs. Ainley.
I hope so. You know, I even thought of going there myself, to check it.
Why would you do that? This is police work.
Yes, I'm sure. Would you like another cup of tea, Sergeant?
No, thank you, no. But thanks once again for the diary. I promise we'll keep you informed of anything we turn up.
Through here, Inspector. You'll be more comfortable.
Sorry to interrupt your supper.
Not at all. Please sit down. Are you coming, George?
Haven't you heard of the Oxford disease?
No.
You'll have to forgive him. He doesn't lead what you'd call a sociable life.
Well, there's no rush. Your daughter was really a very good-looking girl, Mrs. Taylor.
She was, but that's not a photograph of her. That's me.
Really?
In my younger days, of course. Though I do like to think I look after myself.
Beg your pardon. But food's no good cold, is it?
Quite. Now, of course, I have Inspector Ainley's notes, but there are one or two points I'd like to clarify.
You go ahead, Inspector.
Now, in the first place, had there been any trouble in the family? And did she have any reason for leaving?
Not that I can think of. And I've gone over it that many times.
Mr. Taylor?
As my wife says.
So when she didn't come back,
We were distraught. We haven't got over it to this day. An only child, a girl of 16, but now at least the letter.
Yes, that's a ray of hope, isn't it? Mr. Taylor, what's your job?
I'm at the council refuse site, Walton Wall Road. Drive one of the bulldozers.
And you, Mrs. Taylor, do you work?
I started just recently, stocking the shelves down at Tesco's part-time. You have to make ends meet these days, don't you?
Indeed. Well, I think that's it. I won't take up any more of your time.
Oh, we're not doing anything exciting, are we, George?
I'm certainly not.
But if you do find anything out, Inspector, whatever it is, you will let us know as soon as possible.
Zero 0643.
Hello.
Do you realise what time it is?
Weren't sleeping, were you?
No, but my wife is.
Then we can speak more freely, can't we?
I don't think we have anything to talk about.
Oh, you'd be surprised. You really would. We should meet.
We meet quite enough for my liking, thank you.
We should meet after hours. It's possible you may receive a visit from the police.
I already have. This afternoon.
Really? Now that's what I call efficient. Let's get together tomorrow about 6, shall we? Just hang on till everyone's left.
Now listen to me. This is going to end. Damn it. Damn it! You bloody stupid fool!
Sir? What does it matter whether the Ainleys had a happy marriage? I mean, I don't see the point.
Curiosity, Lewis. Human nature. Isn't that what we're investigating?
I thought we were investigating the disappearance of a teenage girl.
The circumstances surrounding the disappearance of a teenage girl.
But Ainley's got nothing to do with that, has he? And his wife. I mean, she's been so brave about it, being alone.
You're a sensitive soul, aren't you, Lewis?
If you mean to take into account other people's feelings, then yes. It's not as if we're questioning the accidental nature of Ainley's death.
Agreed, but the fact remains that Ainley fell asleep at the wheel and veered off the road, indeed this road, heading in the opposite direction, while the very same day someone posted a letter to Valerie Taylor's parents.
Valerie Taylor posted it. Forensic have confirmed that it's her handwriting.
As you say, someone posted a letter with handwriting extremely similar to the specimen we have of hers. Now, those two events, Ainley's visit to London and the letter, are either connected or they are coincidental. And I think you'll agree that coincidence seems somewhat unlikely.
I suppose so.
Thus, the question is, what did Ainley discover in London? Who did he upset? And what, after his 3-year quest, did he finally achieve?
You're not going to suggest that he was cheating on his wife with Valerie Taylor, are you?
No, I'm not going to suggest that for a very good reason.
I mean, every couple have their ups and downs. If you want the truth, I got the impression that the Ainleys might not have been ideally suited, but then you make the best of it, don't you?
Well, apparently you do, Lewis. Mr. and Mrs. Taylor seem to be doing just that as well.
Then what exactly are you getting at, sir?
I think that Ainley had become obsessed with his pursuit of Valerie Taylor, and perhaps, had he caught up with her, might well have fallen in love with the girl. But that became impossible, you see, because what Ainley discovered sometime shortly before his own death was that Valerie Taylor had been murdered.
You what, sir?
3 years earlier. Oh, stay on the Marylebone Road over the flyover. We'll cut down Great Portland Street into Soho.
How about you, lads? Want to see some beautiful ladies with nothing on? Hey? Oh, come on.
But, sir, how can she be dead? If the handwriting on the letter corresponds...
What exactly did forensics say?
Sufficient similarities to warrant positive identification.
Well, not exactly cast down certainty, is it? If someone were only a halfway proficient forger...
But who would want to forge the letter?
Well, whoever took the other exercise book from the school storeroom.
Sir?
I told you there was something else about the French book, didn't I? Well, it had no dust on it. The one on top doubtless had 3 years' worth before it disappeared.
Come on inside. Continuous performance. They move. They're lovely, and not a stitch stays on.
You ever been to a strip club, Lewis?
What? No, sir.
This way, gents.
Well, given that this is number 34 Broden Street, you have the ideal excuse. 2, please. So, you're James Maguire, and you were in the same class as Valerie Taylor.
I told this to the other copper. I told him just after she disappeared, and I told him again a fortnight ago.
Are you good friends with Valerie?
No. Well, I mean, you know how it is. We went out a few times.
Well, she doubtless saw a great future in you. When did you last speak to her?
Morning before she scarpered. We were in lessons together.
And she gave you no hint of what she was going to do?
You don't understand, any of you. She wasn't that easy to get to know. She treated you like a kid.
Nonetheless, you went to bed together.
To bed?
Yes, to have sex, to make love.
Well, yeah, a few times. Or twice, I think it was.
Twice? Did she have a lot of boyfriends?
Boyfriends, no.
And why did you split up with her? Did you ever fight?
Lewis.
I told you, didn't I? She was sort of tolerating me till something better came along. Look, I got to get back outside. There'll be trouble if I don't. Besides, this room's used for the strippers.
Hey, what the hell's going on in here? I need somewhere to get dressed, you know.
Yes, miss, yes. I think that would be a good idea.
All right, let's go. Just one last question, Maguire. When exactly did Valerie tell you she was pregnant?
Pregnant?
She was, wasn't she?
Look, I'm not standing here with this strip of rubber around me neck all day. I want you out. Now.
Yes, of course. My apologies, Miss Vera. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Rather a disappointment, that, Lewis. From the auditorium, it looked like a real snake.
Can I ask you some questions now, sir?
Oh, Great Portland Street. Used to know an excellent pub round here.
We'll catch the rush hour going out, sir. You'll be stuck on the motorway with 3 pints inside you.
Very well, go ahead.
Right. For a start, how did you know Valerie Taylor was pregnant?
Simple, I didn't. It was a pure guess. Not much to lose, though, was there?
And you think that's what Ainley found out?
One of the things, yes. One of the many little facts about Valerie he was hoarding to himself.
So Maguire was the father?
Not necessarily.
But he said she wasn't seeing anyone else.
He said she had no other boyfriends. I believe he might have qualified that when you interrupted.
Oh. Sorry, sir, I didn't realise that.
Don't worry. I think I have an idea what he was getting at. Pitiful specimen, wasn't he?
Yeah, but murder? I mean, I still don't see... You don't think he killed her, do you?
Good God, no, he wouldn't be up to it. Petty villainy would be the most he'd ever aspire to.
Then who, how, and why?
They're classic questions, Lewis, and as yet unanswered. Oh, God, just give me 20 minutes, will you? There's always something wearing about the capital. And I think even the good Dr. Johnson would have found it permissible to be tired in London. Hmm?
Sir?
Yeah?
Sir, we're here. Your flat.
What? Oh, God, you haven't let me sleep all the way, have you? I'll be up to the early hours.
Sorry, sir. You look so peaceful.
Oh, never mind. I dare say with a nightcap.
Sir, you were going to tell me. The evidence for thinking Valerie was murdered.
Well, the reservoir behind her house was dragged at the time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. And nothing found.
Still, that's only the most obvious place to look. There are 1 or 2 other possibilities we might like to investigate. But it'll wait until the morning. Good night, Lewis.
Morning, sir. You're in bright and early?
Eyes had I, and saw not.
I beg your pardon, sir?
6 letters anagram, I would have thought, wouldn't you? Oh, yes. Watson.
You've lost me, I'm afraid, sir.
How very appropriate. There. 10 minutes, 35 seconds. Rather more than I allow myself for the Times. Still. Lewis, your face is pregnant with questions.
I've been turning things over most of the night. You did rather leave them up in the air yesterday.
Did I? They seem terrestrially anchored to me.
Only because, with respect, sir, you're a difficult man to shake out of his convictions.
Oh, really, Lewis?
If I could persist, sir, you haven't quite explained why, even assuming they were capable of doing so, anyone would want to forge that letter from Valerie.
You surprise me, Lewis. Must be any number of reasons which ought to spring readily to mind.
Such as?
Well, in the first place, the letter would seem to be, as you yourself have taken it for, convincing proof that Valerie Taylor is still alive.
But...
Which, of course, would put a stop to any investigations into her death. Investigations which Ainley may well have been on the point of beginning.
You're still basing this on the hypothesis that she was murdered?
Well, you asked me to justify my conclusions, Lewis, not to undermine them. There is, however, another possibility, completely the reverse, to wit.
Go on, sir.
That the letter was written in order that the case would be pursued. After all, even Ainley might have got fed up with it had not new evidence come to light, and this naturally postulates that the letter was not written by the murderer, but by someone who knew who the murderer was and wanted them brought to justice.
Rather a roundabout way of doing it, isn't it,
Or
sir?
else simply wanted to spur the police to more action than they were apparently taking. Valerie's parents, for instance, might fit that description. Plus, they should have been able to imitate their daughter's handwriting.
But they wouldn't need to steal an exercise book to do it, would they? Wouldn't need to and wouldn't have the opportunity.
Excellent point, Lewis. I'm glad to see you're coming round to my side.
But, sir...
Whoever took the exercise book was most likely a member of staff. Now, in theory, that gives us rather a large number of suspects, but in practice, I think we can whittle them down fairly quickly.
The headmaster?
Yes, I'll be calling on him later. One more call to make first.
Yeah, and me, sir? What am I supposed to do?
Take a seat. Those paraffin cans ain't too uncomfortable once you get used to them.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Taylor.
Hope you like it strong. Have you any news?
No, I'm afraid not. I've actually come with a few more questions.
Go ahead, then. Sugar's in that cocoa tin.
Right. You're an even-tempered sort of man, aren't you, George? Not much puts you out.
I don't see much point in losing me rag all the time. Wife's a bit more volatile, like.
Is she? Tell me, how'd you meet?
We were drunk. Drunk as lords, both of us. A street party it was. Remember the Silver Jubilee?
And you sobered up and stayed together, hmm? Well, you're a lucky chap, George. She's a fine-looking woman.
I know it.
Tell me something about Valerie. Before she disappeared, had she been coming home late?
She was that age, weren't she? Never after 10, though. I made sure of that.
She wouldn't stay out all night?
No.
And, how much pocket money did you give her?
£3 a week. The wife sometimes gave her a bit more when she went at bingo.
I see. Look, George, I've got to ask you this. Did you know Valerie was pregnant before she disappeared?
Have you got a family, Inspector?
No, I haven't.
Well, you think of most things. Why she might have gone. And that was one of them that occurred to me. But it doesn't matter if she was or she wasn't. What's important is whether she's alive or not, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there is the letter.
Yeah. Yes, there is that. Well, I'd better be getting back to the bulldozer, or they'll have me off the job. Anything else you need, Inspector, I'm here, or at home.
Well, you've been a great deal of help, George, and thanks.
Sausage, mash and beans, please.
No. None of your nouvelle cuisine here, eh?
What?
You'll get fat, you will.
Not as fat as you, sitting behind that front desk.
Same again, please.
There you go.
You think dealing with the public's relaxing?
Well, at least they tell you what they're after. Not like working with old Morse.
Oh, so you haven't found the missing girl yet?
And we're not going to. Not alive. That's what he's convinced of. Won't listen to anything else.
So, you've got your personal solution to the case, have you?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly. Huh? But I reckon there's one or two avenues he's leaving unexplored. And I wouldn't mind having a little look down them myself, as soon as I get the chance.
I'm afraid Mr. Phillipson's gone home early this afternoon, Inspector.
But perhaps I can help. Reginald Baines, second master.
I'm pleased to meet you. I was hoping to talk to you sooner or later.
Of course. If you wanted to pop into the office for a minute or so.
Well, I'm not sure a minute or so would quite cover it, Mr. Baines.
Problem is, I've got a class at 2:45, and then there are preparations for parents' evening, followed with unremitting logic by the evening itself, which is why the head's taken the opportunity for a break.
I see. Then perhaps we'd better make an appointment.
No, certainly. I'm sure tomorrow would be fine. Or else...
Yes?
Well, I don't know if you like a drink, Inspector, but once parents' evening is over, I'm usually fairly desperate for a pint. Of course, you probably have commitments.
What time would that be?
Say, 9 o'clock?
White Horse, across the way?
Oh, perfect. Oh, and if you're in a hurry to see Mr. Phillipson, I'm sure he wouldn't object to your looking him up now. Do you have his home address?
Mrs. Taylor? Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, what is it?
You're wanted on the telephone. After that, could you stock up cereals on aisle 3?
I've already been told.
And try not to be too long. This phone is meant for customer use only.
All right. Yes, Gwen Taylor. Look, you shouldn't phone me here, you know that. No. I can't. Not tonight.
Well, that's a lovely house you have, Mrs. Phillipson. I'm sure you're extremely proud of it.
Oh, yes, indeed. We've been very lucky.
Where were you before? I mean, before you moved here?
The home counties. Surrey. Inspector, I'm sure my husband will be with you shortly. I heard the bathroom door go.
Well, there's no tearing hurry. Is this a staff photograph?
What? Oh, yes, from Donald's first term. There was a party.
Fairly young to be a headmaster, isn't he, your husband?
Nearly 40. I don't think that's terribly unusual these days.
Well, perhaps. And is Acom here? The French master?
Yes, there.
And the young blonde lady's his wife, is she?
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, Inspector,
I'm sorry, Inspector. I wasn't expecting a visit. If you'd phoned first...
Well, it's hardly worth it. I won't take up much of your time.
I'd better go and oversee Natalie's practice.
I was just saying, Mr. Phillipson, what a lovely house you have. I'd no idea teaching paid so well.
I also have a regular income from a history textbook. So, what was it in particular you wanted, Inspector?
Just one thing, really. To know what you were doing on the 2nd of September this year. It's just over 2 weeks ago.
Without consulting my diary, No, wait a minute. I can tell you. I was at a headmaster's conference for 3 days. At a hotel in London. Why do you ask?
Because it was the day Valerie Taylor wrote to her parents.
I'm not sure I see the relevance.
Well, probably none at all. Well, that's it, Mr. Phillipson. Oh, by the way, where did Acom go when he left your fold?
David? Carnarvon, I think. Yes, one of the schools in Carnarvon.
When was that?
The end of my first year. I'm sorry, Inspector, but I really ought to be setting off for the parents'
Yes,
evening.
yes, of course. I dare say I can get Mr. Acom's address from your secretary, can't I?
I can give you the date pretty well to the day. She left Oxford on Tuesday, June the 10th.
1990.
Well, I know, but these places must keep records.
Well, the official ones do, but some of the backstreet clinics, well, they're hardly clinics at all.
If you could just check out the registered centres, that would be a help. Maybe starting near Paddington. After all, if she arrived there on the train... Then...
You know, when I transferred to the Met, it wasn't so I could spend my life doing favours for old pals.
Frank, any time you want anything from Oxford,
Half
I'll be
the
only...
world doesn't come to Oxford for abortions. Oh, all right, then. Give me a few days.
You are a friend indeed. Oh, and listen, if you do find anything, come back to me and not to Morse, would you?
Why? Are you trying for promotion?
No, but...
Lewis?
I better go, thanks, bye.
Bye.
Yes, sir.
Work. Investigation. Now, where's that diary of Ainley's?
Here, sir.
Let's see exactly how busy he was.
Sir, I've been having a few thoughts.
Oh, yes.
Well, Joe the lollipop man, remember?
Yeah.
He said Valerie was carrying a satchel. But if she wasn't going to school, she could have been packed for a short trip.
Yes, here it is. 15 St. Buno's Road, Carnarvon, and a phone number.
Sir?
Acom. It's a pity it's so far away. Still, we'll make a preliminary contact. Give me the phone, will you, Lewis? What were you saying?
Well, I've had some ideas, sir, on how we might try to follow Valerie's trail in London.
Lewis, I've told you Valerie Taylor is dead. Don't you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Now, look, I've got an important job for you in the morning. Get down to the Registry of Births and Marriages, check when the Taylors were wed and who Valerie's father was.
I'm not with you, sir.
The Queen's Silver Jubilee was in 77, right? Mm-hmm. That's when they met. Valerie would have been 20 this year, which means she was born in 73.
She's illegitimate.
Unless Mrs. Taylor had a previous husband. Now, off you go, back to the family. I can handle everything else for this evening.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Hello?
Hello, yes. Is that Mrs. Acombe?
Yes.
Could I have a word with your husband, please?
No, I'm afraid he's not here. He's in London on a language conference.
Conference. It's amazing any teaching ever gets done.
I'm sorry.
Nothing. When'll he be back?
Tomorrow evening. Fairly late, I think.
Oh.
Can I take a message? Tell him who rang?
No, don't worry. I'll phone again tomorrow. Sorry to trouble you.
No, that's all right. Goodbye.
Do we have to have this thing on every night?
Why not? Don't you want to know what's happening in the world around you?
I go out to discover what's happening in the world around me. Pity you don't do the same.
If I could afford what you spend on bingo. Not to mention getting yourself all doled up.
It's my own money. That's what I got a job for, isn't it?
There will be no job losses at the plant as a result.
Didn't always have a job, though, did you?
What do you mean?
Always spent a lot on yourself. But didn't always have a job.
£800 million. The German company has been quick to
There's nothing to keep us together, is there?
And at other plants that jobs are
Nothing.
not threatened by the sale. The deal
I'm going
with
out.
BMW means that there will no longer be a British mass.
Well, cheers, Mr. Bain.
Call me Reg. All the kids do behind my back. What can I do for you?
You can answer a couple of delicate questions, if you don't mind.
Try me.
Right. Now, how long have you been second master at Roger Bacon Comprehensive?
Nothing controversial there. 5 years.
So when Mr. Phillipson was appointed, you were...
Yes, I see. In the running.
Yeah.
Quite.
But you were both interviewed and
He won the day. So how did I feel about it? Well, more strongly then than I do now, if you want the truth. Of course, I would have liked to finish my career with a headship, but when I got over the disappointment, I realized I wasn't so badly off. I'm not married, I don't have huge outgoings, I don't need the extra money, and I have the satisfaction of knowing that in many ways, the second master is the linchpin of the whole school.
Well, you could still apply elsewhere.
No, not at my age. I'll be pensionable in 5 years. And as I say, I'm happy. Why disrupt my life?
Strikes me, though, that Mr. Phillipson may not have got over that brief competition quite as easily as you have.
Well, what makes you say that?
May as well be honest with you. It's the way he refers to you behind your back. He calls you Baines instead of Mr. Baines. I mean, even Acombe, who's not here anymore, he calls David.
You're following up the Welsh trail, are you?
Not at the moment, though. I've spoken to his wife. Do you know them well?
Naturally, when they were here, they both worked at the school, though she was a little young and inexperienced, just helped out with the French part-time.
Really? And taught Valerie?
I don't think anyone taught Valerie Taylor very much.
Getting back to Phillipson, though, are you aware of any animosity?
Let's just say he's not the most forthcoming of men.
Yes, I've noticed that myself. Which makes it all the stranger that he got the job, doesn't it?
Not really. He's a bit of a name. Written a standard textbook. These things count for a lot. But you said you had a couple of delicate questions.
Yes. The other one concerns Valerie Taylor directly. As you say, you're involved in pretty well every sphere of school life, so you must have come across her.
Taught her maths for 2 years, though she never seemed to take much in. Had to report her to the head more than once for willful ignorance.
Is that so? Tell me something frankly. Would you have classified her as a flirt?
Not easy to say. She was outgoing, certainly, and attractive, but...
But she found the boys immature,
You're very acute, Inspector. I don't know where you've been piecing your information together from, but... yes. Is that all?
Yes, that's all. Same again?
No, not for me, thank you, no. I'm afraid I should go. Still got some marking to do before the morning. Good evening, Inspector.
Evening. My round, I think.
You awake?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Look, if it's the same old thing...
Where were you tonight?
You know where I was, the open evening. Sheila, you don't have any reason to be jealous.
It's going to come out. It's all going to come out.
No. I've already spoken to him. I've told him enough is enough.
You've stopped him?
Yes. I'm sure I have. Trust me.
Morse. Mr. Morse. You're looking for me. I'm here.
Who was it? Who did it?
Do you want me too? You can have me.
No. No, you're dead. You're buried.
Let me show you my face.
No.
Yes. And my body.
No, please.
Only dead 3 years. I'm in good shape, wouldn't you say?
No.
You were right, sir. Father unknown, mother married George Taylor when the girl was almost 4.
Well done, Lewis.
It was your insight, sir.
I suppose so. Where does that get us?
Another piece of the jigsaw, surely. We may not be able to see the whole picture
You're
yet.
a good man, Lewis. I don't value you enough, do I?
Sir?
I'm sorry to have been a bit short with you yesterday. You're right. I get a theory in my head, and I'm not inclined to listen to other opinions, so if there's anything you feel we've missed...
Well, sir, if you put it like that...
I mean, the fact that Valerie was illegitimate is interesting, but...
She was going to have an illegitimate child herself, sir. Let's not forget that.
Like mother, like daughter, so?
Well, what I thought we could follow up is the fact...
The question of who the father was, well, naturally, I've considered that.
Actually, that isn't what I was going to say.
Johnny Maguire, I think, is out of the question. You remember I asked him how often he'd been to bed with Valerie. First of all, he said a few times, then he changed it to twice. The fact is, I don't believe they'd indulged in carnal knowledge at all. Maguire was caught between bragging about having seduced the school beauty and not wanting to get involved.
Then who?
Maguire said she didn't have any other boyfriends. Baines agreed she found boys immature. Now, who does that indicate?
Someone older?
Yes, good. Keep going.
Not the headmaster.
Well, why not?
Well, he'd be crazy, wouldn't he? I mean, it's more than his job's worth. As I think you'd say, defecating on his own doorstep.
Elegantly put. And it's an aspect of the problem which bothers me. Phillipson is pushy and ambitious, but I'm sure he's hiding something. He said he knew nothing about Valerie personally, but Baines told me he'd sent her to the head several times.
But if Baines was picked for the job of headmaster, he'd have a reason to try and smear Phillipson's name, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would, but I don't know. I quite liked Baines, perhaps on the grounds of similarity. An ageing bachelor resigned to second best.
There's no need to take it that hard, sir. We've only been on the case for 3 days.
But it's turning on its head, Lewis. I mean, to start with, I was convinced Valerie was killed, but now I'm not so sure.
Really, sir? What made you change your mind?
Do you know Parsifal, Lewis?
No, sir.
Wagner's last opera. Based loosely on the character of Sir Percival, who, you will remember, searched for the Holy Grail.
Yes, of course, sir.
Well, Valerie is our Holy Grail. But perhaps she had a Holy Grail of her own. A basically bright teenager, bored by school, who wanted something more out of life. I mean, she'd have every reason to flee her stifling surroundings, wouldn't she? And want to stay hidden.
So you do think she wrote the letter herself?
Well, it hurts me to admit I may have been wrong, Lewis, but yes, I'd like to think she was alive.
Well, I'm glad, sir. For a while there, I thought you were turning a bit morbid.
You're not the only one. Hello, yes, Morse.
It's Reginald Baines, sir.
Yes.
Found murdered at home.
What? When?
We're not sure.
Is there someone at the scene?
Yes, there is, sir.
Tell them we'll be over in 20 minutes. How can he?
What is it, sir?
It's Baines. At his home. Been found dead. Murdered. With a carving knife.
Yes, someone was very lucky.
Not Baines, presumably.
Oh, no, difficult to stab a man in the back, you see. You've got to miss the spinal column and the ribs and the shoulder blades, and even then it's not easy to do it in one. He must have been bending down to the fridge, leaning slightly over to the right. And then it was like going through a joint of beef.
Thanks for the simile. Time of death?
Anything from 16 to 20 hours.
No, not that long.
Oh, been reading up on our pathology manuals, have we?
I left him at 9:30 last night.
Oh, really? Then perhaps you're the prime suspect.
Can we have the body
now, sir? As far as I'm concerned, yes.
Yes, me too. Lewis, where's Lewis?
Just careful, that one, please.
The super's just giving out the name and bare details, sir. He feels publicity will help.
Do you phone the school?
Yes, sir. Phillipson was pretty shocked, but he'll make a general announcement before it hits the papers.
I'll go off with the ambulance, Morse. Leave you to interrogate yourself.
Callous bastard.
When you do nothing but inspect corpses, it probably warps your sense of humour. I know you said you got on with Baines, sir.
But I wanted a murder, didn't I? And I got one, so serves me right. Though whether the same could be said for him, God, the amount of blood that comes out of a human body.
Yes, sir. Sir, I found this.
What is it?
Address book. One of those that clips onto the phone. I haven't looked through it.
Well, we'll take it back with us. You better go through the kitchen drawers, check whether that carving knife lives here.
Sir, no prints anywhere, I suppose?
Only his. Do you know something about Baines, Lewis? I liked him when I met him. What's he left behind? A poky house overlooking a railway line and a couple of shelves of maths textbooks. You sometimes wonder, don't you, whether you'll leave any more.
Sorry, sir.
Never mind. A new approach to trigonometry.
Sir, there's a carving knife here with the rest of the cutlery.
Then we can safely assume the murder weapon came in with the murderer. Do you know much about modern maths, Lewis?
Do the kids' homework most nights, sir?
Now, what are we looking for? A man answers the door. It's someone he knows. Otherwise, why would he let them in? Maybe he knows them quite well, because he goes to fetch them a drink from the fridge. He bends down...
Sir, these maths books.
Lost on me, Lewis. My education was classical.
No, sir, it's just... They're not all textbooks, are they?
Hmm?
Here, in the middle. This is an exercise book.
What? Careful, Lewis. It's not been brushed. Thumb and forefinger.
Yes, sir. I mean, it may not be, but...
It is. Valerie Taylor, 5th form. Put it on the table.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. There's something inside. A couple of loose sheets. Shake it. Now, what have we here? Oh, dear, Lewis. This rather changes everything.
Do they read exactly the same, sir?
Exactly. Just to let you know I'm all right. Sorry I've not written before Love Valerie.
And you reckon they're practice drafts?
Writing's a bit shaky, but it's not bad.
Then? Oh, I don't know, sir. This is beginning to lose me.
One thing's for sure. Valerie's sojourn in the land of the living has been brief. If Baines popped down to London on his afternoon off and sent the letter, she's almost certainly dead.
Now he's joined her. But why?
I'm not sure. But I'm increasingly certain there was a romantic connection between Phillipson and Valerie, and if Baines knew about that... But then how could he? Unless... Wait a minute, the Station Hotel is the nearest pub, isn't it?
Well, yes, sir, we've just passed it. But given that we're carrying evidence, I'm not sure we should stop off.
That's not what I'm getting at. Do you know, I think I could tie Phillipson and Baines together quite nicely.
Meaning Phillipson murdered him, or him and Valerie?
That I couldn't swear to, but I think we should bring Phillipson in for a talking to.
Or when you declare it with the super first, sir?
That's exactly what I intend to do. As soon as we get back... If Valerie found herself pregnant, what's the first thing she'd do? 20 years ago, her mother went through with it. Times have changed. Or maybe they haven't. But someone with her sights on the high life isn't going to settle herself with an unwanted child, is she? So she'd probably...
Have an abortion, sir. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have the money to pay for it herself, so where would she go, Mother seems to have a bit of spare cash from the way she looks after herself. But would she part with it? And even then, it would take someone to organise the trip.
London, sir. That's where she'd go.
Someone a bit more worldly. Someone she had a hold over.
But if you don't think Phillipson would have compromised himself as headmaster...
Not while he was headmaster, perhaps. But he must have been to Oxford at least once before, mustn't he?
You've lost me again, I'm afraid, sir.
I'll explain in front of the superintendent, Lewis. I can amaze both of you at once.
Come in.
I must confess I'm looking forward to this.
Ah, Morse and Lewis. That's most opportune. There's someone here who wants to see you.
Mrs. Phillipson.
I've come to confess to murder. To the murder of Reginald Baines.
The reasons I had for the killing are not, in my view, strictly relevant to the criminal proceedings that will be brought against me. About the details of the crime, too, I wish for the present to say nothing. I am aware that the question of deliberate malice and premeditation may be of great importance, and for this reason I wish to notify my lawyer and to take the benefit of his advice. Do you want to sign this?
Yes.
Sir?
What the hell are you asking me for?
Mrs. Phillipson?
Thank you.
Sir, if I might have a word outside.
Make it quick.
A policewoman will be here shortly to take you down to the cell, Mrs. Phillipson.
Well, Sergeant?
Sir, we can't hold her. Not on the basis of this.
A confession plus corroborating evidence? She went to Baines's house.
We can't be sure of that.
She certainly got a babysitter in at an odd time of night, 9:30. And we'll no doubt find the taxi driver she claims took her there and back.
All right, I'm prepared to admit she went there. And, if the door was open, maybe even went in. But killed him? What, with what motive?
That's the sort of thing your clever Inspector Morse should sort out, shouldn't he? Where is he now?
Round at Phillipson's house, sir. Trying to put some sense into this whole business.
Well, in that case, we'll keep her locked up until things look a bit clearer. If she is inventing all this, she deserves a bit of harsh treatment.
Why doesn't she want to see me, even? That's what I can't understand.
Can't you, sir?
Well, I'm trying to keep it from the kids. Trying to maintain a feeling of normality.
Because this is, after all, a very normal household, isn't it?
What do you mean by that?
It's what you've been straining after, not just these past few hours, but shall we say, for 4 years.
What are you getting at, Inspector?
Why do you think your wife confessed to killing Baines?
I've really no idea. If I knew...
I think you know perfectly well. And it's only cowardice that's stopping you telling me.
I beg your...
Baines was blackmailing you, wasn't he? Don't bother to deny it. It was only a vague hypothesis until I saw your wife this afternoon. But now I'm certain of it.
Blackmail?
Yes. Because he spotted you and Valerie Taylor together at the Station Hotel on the night you came to Oxford to interview for your current job.
But...
I haven't perused the register of the Station Hotel on the grounds that you probably signed yourself Mr. Smith or something equally ridiculous. But if we were to go down and see the manager or any other member of staff who'd been there a while, I dare say they'd remember you, wouldn't they? An older man checking in with a young girl and then out again in time to catch the last train home. Now, why don't you tell me about it?
I don't know what to say.
The truth will suffice.
Yes. Well, it was more or less like that. I didn't realize how young she was. She looked at least 3 years older, and I certainly had no idea she was at the Roger Bacon Comprehensive. I'd just missed a train, gone out for a walk, and it started pouring with rain. It was the last thing I needed. I felt I'd messed up the interview completely, and also Sheila and I had been going through rather a rough period. I took shelter in a shop doorway, and Valerie was there as well. She was a breath of fresh air. Someone I didn't know, someone attractive, outgoing, interested, We went for a drink.
At the station hotel?
Yes. It was the nearest place, and then perhaps if I'd been completely sober...
You think she was leading you on?
I can't blame her, can I? It's just that after a couple of whiskies she seemed... She was available. And I, to my eternal shame, took advantage of that.
You had no idea that Baines had spotted you?
No, I was completely wrapped up in Valerie. It was only later...
How much later?
After I'd started here. Obviously, I hadn't interviewed as badly as I'd thought, or else the others, including Baines, had done worse. He'd seen me before the interviews, of course, and then, as luck would have it, I'd walked into his local.
And he began asking you for money?
Yes. Wasn't a great deal. It went up slightly over the years, but no more than I could afford with ease. It was the power it gave him that seemed equally important.
So you paid up. Every week, or every month. And inevitably your wife found out, and equally inevitably your marriage grew even rockier. And you took solace with Valerie again.
No! I wouldn't have done that. Sheila had stood by me, and besides, as headmaster...
Yes. So you weren't the father of the baby Valerie was carrying when she disappeared?
Who told you that?
But she did come to you to set up the abortion, didn't she?
No, she didn't. All right. I knew about the pregnancy.
And you knew who the father was?
You haven't worked that out?
No, and I don't need to. Because you're going to tell me. Because if you don't, we will not only take a drive down to the station hotel, we will then go and see the chairman of the board of governors for the school and complete the work which Baines left undone. Well?
It was Acomb. David Acomb.
I knew my husband wouldn't be back from the open evening until late. Probably about 11 by the time everything was cleared up. So it was my one opportunity. It was 10 minutes to that awful man's house by taxi, and when he opened the door...
He opened the door, or was it already open?
Yes. Sorry, you're right. It was already open.
Yeah.
So I went in and... Well, you know the rest.
What about the knife?
The knife?
The one you used to kill Baines. Where did you get it from?
From home, of course. We always keep a spare.
Nonsense. Absolute bloody bunkum.
Yeah, well, I managed to convince the chief of that, sir, in the end, which is why I let her go. Of course, she could still be a vital witness.
Yeah, she went to the house, I'm sure of that. Probably to plead for her husband's career. Then she found the door open as she corrected herself.
Went in, saw Baines lying there and assumed Phillipson had done it.
Yeah, perhaps. But more likely not. Or she would have come and confessed last night. See, in the dark, Baines wouldn't have been visible from the front door, so it's probably a combination of the door being open and some sixth sense that something was wrong made her turn and go. And it was only when the news came out today that she put 2 and 2 together to make 5.
Then you don't think Phillipson killed Baines either?
I wish I did. It'd make everything a lot simpler. He could have got the knife from the school canteen and maybe left the open evening early. But I don't know. There's no metal in him. He looks bustling and efficient enough, but I've seen more spirit at a teetotal reunion. Oh, do you have any luck with the bank statements?
Yes, sir. I've got them here. And there's something else interesting as well.
Hang on, one thing at a time. Hey. Oh, yes. 2,000 in his deposit account, and there's 40-odd in the building society. It's a fair amount, isn't it?
It is to me, sir.
But for a comfortable retirement, Baines might have hoped to live till he was 90, mightn't he? What was the other thing?
Well, sir, you remember the address book?
Yes, is Acom's name in there?
Well, it is as it happens, sir, but that's
Baines knew Acomb, Baines knew everything, because he was the second master. Therefore, in all likelihood, Baines knew about the pregnancy.
It's another number that's interesting.
I think a visit to Mr. Acomb is of prime importance. I'm sorry, Lewis, go on.
Well, it's just that in Baines's address book, aside from the usual numbers you'd expect, there was one scribble without a name. So I thought I'd ring it up.
And?
It was Tesco's on the Banbury Road.
You mean he has his shopping delivered?
No, sir, you're forgetting. That's where Mrs. Taylor works.
Oh, good God, yes. You know, Lewis, I think we'd better split our forces tomorrow. I'll take the long drive up to North Wales. while you concentrate on this end.
Oh.
I'll go.
No, she'll settle. I want you here. I really thought...
I know. Sheila, I don't deserve you.
I went to his house. I wanted to tell him exactly what he was doing to us. And then...
Sheila...
All I could think was, if you had killed him, we'd lose everything. But perhaps the police or the court would have pity on me.
Sheila, it's over.
Yeah.
It's all finished. Come here.
Very nice indeed.
Haydn's Quartet, Opus 64, number 5, The Lark, played by the Gabrieli String Quartet. It's almost 11 o'clock, which gives me a moment or two to tell you about this afternoon's opera.
Llangollen,
Verdi's
5
Rigoletto is
miles.
a tale of drama and intrigue at the court of Mantua.
As well as being something for the long drive
You probably
back.
already know the story. It revolves around how the ill-fated court jester inadvertently has his own daughter killed.
Everyday tale of...
The passions of love and hate run high. Disguise leads to tragedy as the wheels of fate grind inexorably on.
Wait a minute. No, surely not. It's worth checking though, isn't it?
In the first place, I'd like to know what you've got me in here for. I'm not a lady of leisure, you know. I work afternoons.
I understand that, Mrs. Taylor.
And fingerprints? What am I supposed to be? Some sort of criminal?
No, it's simply a way of eliminating you from inquiries.
What inquiries?
Do you read the newspapers, Mrs. Taylor? Listen to the radio?
Not if I can help it. The world's a far too depressing place.
Then you don't know that Reginald Baines is dead.
What?
Reginald Baines, the second master at the school at which your daughter was once a pupil.
Yes. Dead?
Killed. Sometime the night before last. We found your phone number at his house. Your phone number at work, that is. I've checked with your supervisor, and she confirmed that you received a call from a man who wouldn't give his name on the afternoon of Baines's death.
But you're not saying
I'm not saying anything, Mrs. Taylor. I just want to know what your connection with Reginald Baines was. Excuse me a moment. Yes?
Lewis, it's me. I'm in a call box. I don't have a lot of change, so just listen. Have you got Mrs. Taylor there?
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's one or two things I want you to ask her, in addition to whatever else you were trying to push. First off, I want to know her exact movements that lunchtime Valerie disappeared.
Yeah, but, sir, you don't really mean... Yes, the lollipop man may be short-sighted as well as deaf, but... Look, I don't know if she's getting hysterical or what, but I bet... Yes, I promise I'll go into that, sir. Yeah, I'll wait here for you to get back. Yes, goodbye. Mrs. Taylor, are you all right? Would you like a glass of water or something?
I'm fine. I'm better than ever. You'll probably find it out, so I might as well tell you. I was old Reggie Baines' mistress.
I see.
Hated the bastard, but couldn't break away. Now...
Mrs. Taylor, before we go on, could we clarify one or two things?
He used to pay me. I needed the money right enough, but
When did it start, this, affair?
Oh, that's not important. Who'd want to kill him? Any number of people, I should think.
Mrs. Taylor, were you there on the night that he died?
Eh? No. He wanted me to come round, but that was one night I really did go to bingo.
Well, I dare say we can check on that. Mrs. Taylor, there's one other line of questioning I want to pursue. And I warn you, you may not find it nearly so amusing.
Come on. If the dog's there, so are you. Why don't you go and eat your tail?
Hello? Who is it?
It's Inspector Morse, Thames Valley Police. If you open the door, I'll show you my identification.
Well, it's rather awkward. I was just in the bath.
Is that Mrs. Acombe?
Yes.
Here you are.
Oh, well, that seems fine. Look, I'll go and get dressed.
No, don't bother. I just need the address of your husband's school. I wanted to speak to him. I assume he doesn't come home for lunch.
No, you'll find him there. It's East Pangadi Senior Secondary.
I beg your pardon?
Hold on, I'll write it down for you.
Well, yes, okay, thanks. You don't still teach then, Mrs. Acombe?
No, I couldn't find a post. I do a little private tuition.
Oh, well, faute de mieux, I suppose.
I'm sorry.
I said faute de mieux.
There you are, Inspector. I've drawn a sketch map of how to reach it. The school.
Yeah. Look, you know...
Oh, whoops! Oh, oh, sorry, find a larger town.
No, that's quite all right, Mrs. Acombe.
Well, better get back to the bath. Or I'll catch my death, won't I?
Yes. Yes, you probably will. Well, thanks. Thanks for the map.
Oh, no, not at all. Nice to have met you.
Morse thinks what?
Well, it's only a theory, and he gave it to me over the phone. But there is a certain amount of evidence to support it. You see, there was a likeness between Valerie and her mother, at least in the last photograph we have of the girl. And the fact that the lollipop man at the school...
The lollipop man?
Who crosses the kids is getting on a bit. Well, he could easily have mistaken Mrs. Taylor for her daughter, particularly if Mrs. Taylor was trying to foster that illusion. By, for instance, dressing in Valerie's clothes.
Why would she do that?
Because she just killed her.
What?
Well, not on purpose, but in an argument. She does have quite a fiery temper. And then perhaps panicking, trying to cover up a...
That doesn't sound like panic to me.
No, sir. No, but if she was attempting to buy time until her husband came home, until she could dispose of the body...
Dispose of it where?
Well, that does fit in rather neatly, sir. George Taylor worked at the municipal rubbish tip.
Have you put all this to Mrs. Taylor?
Not directly, sir. But I got her to admit that she wasn't at all happy about Valerie's pregnancy, having made that mistake herself.
Well, that's a long way from murder, Lewis, or even manslaughter. And without a body...
Well, of course, if the inspector's theory is right, it would still be possible to find the body, or the remains.
By digging through 3 years of city waste? Lewis...
I imagine it's owned, sir. And if you know more or less when it went in, then you could actually...
I don't know, Lewis. Given that the letter was a forgery, I'm prepared finally to go with Morse on the fact that Valerie Taylor was killed. But by her own mother?
Well, domestic crimes aren't exactly unusual, are they, sir?
All right. Let's both have a word with Mrs. Taylor.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but I've got a message for Sergeant Lewis.
Yeah?
It's from Sergeant Rogers at the Met about abortion clinics.
Thank you, Dixon.
So, Inspector Ainley did come to see you, Mr. Acombe.
Yes, a few weeks ago. I'm sorry to hear of his death.
Well, you'll also be aware that your ex-colleague, Mr. Baines, has been murdered.
There was a short item on the radio news yesterday while I was driving back.
From your conference in London, yes, cool. Can I ask you what Inspector Ainley came to see you about?
He'd found out that Valerie Taylor had become pregnant shortly before she disappeared. And that I was the father.
Oh, clever old Ainley. So that was why you left Oxford for Carnarvon, was it?
Yes. Phillipson, the head, gave me no option. And he was quite right.
A very principled man, Phillipson. I won't go into exactly how you got Valerie pregnant.
The usual way. She was an attractive girl, and I fell for her hook, line, and sinker, I'm afraid.
When did your wife find out?
When she came back from a cancelled evening class.
And discovered the two of you together. Oh, dear, Mr. Acombe.
Oh, dear, indeed.
You know, I really wish I'd met Valerie Taylor. I'm beginning to see why Ainley became so obsessed by her.
She was quite something, I can promise you.
What happened after your wife's discovery, after Valerie told you she was pregnant?
I think you can imagine my wife's reaction. She left me for a while, went to live with her mother. But eventually we saw it was better for us to carry on, and we've more or less patched it up. She gets a bit bored here, and she's learning to drive. That'll give her more freedom. As to Valerie, she didn't want anything from me. but I gave her a couple of £100. It was all I could afford. The clinic she fixed up herself.
You gave her the money on the morning she disappeared?
Yes.
What do you think happened to her?
I have no idea, Inspector. But I should think she's sitting pretty somewhere. She was too quick on her feet for anything to go too badly wrong.
Well, I'd like to think you're right, but I fear you're not. Look, Mr. Acombe, you've been very frank with me, and by way of return, I want to ask you a few blunt questions.
Go ahead.
All right. 1. If word got around Carnarvon that you had a history of interfering with schoolgirls, no matter how precocious, it would finish you here, wouldn't it?
It would finish me as a teacher everywhere. I couldn't go much further afield.
Good. Right, 2. Was Reginald Baines trying to blackmail you on that score?
Yes, he was. I received a letter from him last week.
In that case, did you drive from London to Oxford and kill him?
No, I didn't. I could probably provide you with an alibi for that night, though I'm not sure. Some conference delegates may have seen me in the hotel. Is that it?
No, 1 more. But you've already answered it, more or less. Did you murder Valerie Taylor?
Valerie? Oh, no. No.
The East Chelsea nursing home.
Yes. She signed in under her own name on the 11th of June 1990. She left the next day. I tried to tell you that I was running a few checks.
Don't worry, Lewis. Given my success rate on this case, I'm hardly in a position to feign injured dignity.
You don't think Acombe killed Baines, then?
No. We'll check alibis and so on, but he just seemed too honest.
Well, someone killed Baines, though, and we're running out of suspects.
To tell you the truth, I'm beginning not to care who was responsible. Baines was the worst sort of manipulator. The world's better off without him.
That's not like you, sir. Giving up on a case?
It's been a long day. I'm tired.
But Valerie, sir, there's still a question of her, isn't there? If she left the clinic, she's probably alive and well somewhere to this day.
Then good luck to her. If I had her address, I'd send her all this information we've amassed from school reports onwards and call it quits. What time is it?
9:30, sir.
Well, I'm going home. I suggest you do the same. The wife will be worrying about you.
Yes, sir.
Have I disappointed you, Lewis?
A bit, sir.
Well, that's life. The truth is, we've never got to know Valerie Taylor, and we never will. But considering how Inspector Ainley ended up, perhaps that's no bad thing.
Want me, Morse? Do you want to know where I am? Here I am. Here I am.
Where are you?
Morse.
Who are you?
Here I am. There you are, Inspector.
Do you want
I've drawn a map.
I am?
Wait.
Here I am. I'm sorry, Inspector.
Morse.
Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want me, Morse?
Vote them, yeah. Vote them.
I'm sorry, Inspector.
Do you want to know where I am? I'm here.
What? Yes. Yes, of course.
I wasn't actually asleep, sir. Just a light doze. When you put in a double
I'm not here to
shift-
check up on the night staff, Sergeant.
Oh, well, what are you here for, sir? It is 4 a.m.
I've seen it somewhere. It's in this folder. Yes, here it is.
Should I get you a coffee or something, sir?
Look at that. 4th-year school report. Applied Science and Technology. Excellent work. The one subject Valerie Taylor was good at.
Excuse me, sir.
Do you honestly think, Sergeant Dixon, that someone with an interest in mechanics would fail to take out a driving licence as soon as they could?
Well, I'm not sure, sir.
Well, she's got one. I'll bet my boots on it. Look, ring Lewis, will you, Sergeant? Tell him I'll pick him up in 20 minutes.
Phone him? What, now?
Yes. Say we've got a long journey ahead of us. Hey, you just have to think about it, and it's absolutely perfectly clear.
This isn't another one of your intuitions, is it, sir? There isn't an opera plot involved.
Look, why was Mrs. Taylor going to bed with Baines all that time?
Well, for the money, apparently. I know it seems a bit sordid.
But how did it start? Have you considered that? I mean, did he just lean over the table at a parents' evening and say, "What are you doing on my Tuesday afternoon off?"
No, sir, I suppose...
He had a hold over her, didn't he? As he had or wanted to have over so many people. He was certain Valerie was alive and well, and the whole missing persons nonsense was a waste of police time. Valerie had left with her mother's consent.
But why, sir?
Because Mrs. Taylor wanted her daughter to have a better life than she had.
Wait a minute, sir. You're saying that Mrs. Taylor and Valerie may have been in touch all these years?
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. Undoubtedly without Mr. Taylor's knowledge.
And Baines would get to know that as well and extend his hold over Mrs. Taylor. No wonder she hated him.
Doesn't seem unfair, asking for payment under those circumstances, does it? As for the famous letter, it may have been Mrs. Taylor who asked him to forge it. She knew Valerie didn't want to be found by the police, and Ainley was getting perilously close. But it suited Baines's purposes too. If Valerie was found, he couldn't blackmail Acomb.
Why not? And could she have been found?
Oh, yes. I found her, Lewis. I've looked her in the face. Or to be precise, not exactly in the face. She has quite a developed figure.
I'm lost, sir. You talk, I'll listen.
The real Mrs. Acomb was a young woman, and maybe looked younger than she was. Valerie Taylor was a younger woman, but definitely looked older than she was. Mrs. Acomb was a blonde. Valerie Taylor, when I saw her, was a blonde, but though I have to admit it wasn't the hair I was looking at, it was undoubtedly bleached.
But when did you see her?
Now, of course, it's possible that Mrs. Acomb forgave her husband for his amour fou, but it's much more likely that she never came back from her mother's and is living there still. Acomb, striving for respectability in North Wales, where they don't even drink on Sundays, needs a replacement, and he's got one to hand, hasn't he?
Valerie Taylor.
Given that Carnarvon isn't everyone's idea of the bright lights, perhaps she really had fallen in love with him.
What are you doing? Why are you dressed? What's the time?
David, it's finished. It's been wonderful, but it's over.
What do you mean?
I'll just be a danger to you now, and to myself. I'm leaving.
No.
I don't have anything on my conscience. You've looked after me these 3 years, and I think, in the last few days, I've looked after you.
Valerie, I need you.
I'm sorry. I have to go now.
She murdered Baines?
Oh, yes. Drove down to Oxford while her husband was in London. She must have hired a car, of course, so we can check that. And given that Acomb deliberately told me she couldn't yet drive, he probably had a pretty good idea what she'd done.
But how did you know she was Valerie, Mrs. Acomb?
That's the simplest part of all. The real Mrs. Acomb was a French teacher. The one I met, rather like yourself, Lewis, couldn't grasp the simplest phrase.
Merci beaucoup, sir.
De rien, mon brave. What's the time?
7:45. Oughtn't we to alert the local force?
Protocol demands it, but on the other hand, this is our case, isn't it? I want to see Valerie's face, and I will look at the face this time, when we walk in.
Well, I hope she doesn't make a habit of wielding kitchen knives.
No, Lewis. She was driven to kill Baines, and not just for one reason, but two. He was threatening to blackmail her husband, or the man she'd been living with, and he'd messed up her mother's life, as Mrs. Taylor must have communicated to her. It was a crime of passion. She won't strike again.
I trust not. But I'll probably let you go in first, sir, if you don't mind.
Well, someone's at home anyway.
Car's still in the garage, sir.
And it's too early for the local car hire to be open.
Something just struck me, sir. In killing Baines, Valerie did for Acomb exactly what Mrs. Phillipson intended for her husband. Put herself in the firing line in order to save his skin.
I know, Lewis. Women, I'll never understand them.
Yes?
Mr. Acomb, you can hardly have forgotten me. I've come for Valerie.
Have you? Then you're going to be a disappointed man, Inspector.
Why?
Because she left. Walked out. Half an hour ago.
Which way? Where was she headed?
Somewhere all of us are going to have a lot of difficulty finding her. Though you could try, I suppose, if it's really that important to you.
Now, where's a beautiful young lady like you going at this early hour?
London. Where else?
All right, come on, man. Climb in.
Thanks.
Sergeant Rogers, Michael Onslow. The Radio 3 announcer, Katriana Young. The theme music was composed and performed by Wilfredo Acosta. Last Seen Wearing was dramatised by Guy Meredith. The director was Ned Shire.
تقلق على القروش قلنا لك هنجيب لك كل القروش كلها زي ما اتفقنا في الصندوق يلا ما تزعجني يا امام الناس يلا مع السلامه امشي.
Well, if you will allow me a lapse of modesty, perhaps I might congratulate you on retaining the most prestigious of the UK examining boards.
Is that for me? Thank you, Quinn.
As one of your own Englishmen told me one day, Miss Hyde, oysters is amorous, lobsters is lecherous, but shrimps, oh, Christ!
Nicholas, are you enjoying yourself? You must meet everyone.
Well, yes, Sheikh Hamdad. The Middle East has certainly always been somewhere I've been most eager to visit.
We will pay him as soon as possible by whichever route he finds easiest to conceal. We have every reason to be grateful to our friend.
Quinn! What are you staring at? Quinn! Quinn!
Colin Dexter's The Silent World of Nicholas Quinn, with John Shrapnel as Inspector Morse and Robert Glenister as Sergeant Lewis, starring Richard Pascoe and Meg Davis. Dramatised for radio by Guy Meredith.
They think I'm a fool. They treat me like a simpleton. They don't mean to, they do it despite themselves. They don't realise that I notice. They imagine that if one sense is dulled, so do all the others. Why me? Why my whole life, and why now? This is somewhere I could have been happy. I could have found friendship. I could have found love. Why has it been ruined for me? Why am I fated to be always apart, always alone? I hear with my eyes. That is my curse. That and my honesty. Can I forget what I know? Can I live with it? Can I... What? Oh, God, what's... Please. Please help. Please.
29. One more. It's doing you good. Cling on to that. Now just touch the end of the pool and turn.
Sir? Sir? You all right, sir?
What the hell are you doing here, Lewis?
Tracked you down, sir. Would you like a handout?
No, I bloody well would not. I'm perfectly capable of getting myself out of the...
There you go, sir. God. Steps might have been easier.
Lewis, do you want to go in your suit? What do you mean you tracked me down?
Oh, a bit of detective work. Went over to the Six Bells. Barman said you hadn't been in lunchtimes all last week. And then yesterday you popped in for a quick one around 3 and you had wet hair. So I thought about it, given that it wasn't raining yesterday.
Well, that's brilliant, Lewis.
Thank you, sir. It was really the underlying motive that clinched it. On the face of it, you're not much of a one for exercise. But then again, you might have felt you'd reached an age that...
That what, Lewis?
Well, a lot of men suffer coronaries, particularly if they're overweight. I mean, you might feel better in yourself if...
Lewis, why are you here?
Chief wanted you urgently, sir. We've got a body.
Suicide? Nothing to contradict that, is there? With the crowd outside the curtains, the press are going to be on the blower inside half an hour. No reason I can see for the good citizens of Oxford to be alarmed. Medical opinion?
As a method of doing away with yourself, it's not unknown.
Good. Fingerprints.
Just here's on the bottle and the glass.
Excellent. So the sooner you ship him out or some air in, the better it'll be for...
Lewis, yes, I decided that losing a few pounds wouldn't do me any harm.
Morse, how gracious of you. To what do we owe the pleasure?
I was on my lunch break, sir.
Well, if you'd spent it in the pub as per normal, we'd know where to find you, wouldn't we? Poor bugger's named Quinn. Colleague found him when he failed to turn up for work. Fill in the details, would you? And give me a preliminary report by 5.
Certainly, sir. God, poor bugger's right. Knew all about it, whatever it was.
Hydrocyanic acid. Cyanide to you.
Ah, a pathologist with the common touch.
Diluted in a glass of sherry. Drank about half of it.
Any sign of a container?
For the cyanide? Not so far, sir.
Check the kitchen, Lewis.
Sir?
Were those curtains closed when you arrived?
No, Morse. We drew them so we'd have less light to see by. And we lit the gas fire to make it stuffier. I'm turning him over now.
So, he sipped his envenomed cup, slumped out of the armchair, and died on the floor. When exactly?
Exactly, I won't know till I get him back to the lab. Friday, sometime.
4 days ago. He comes home from work, finds his home life no less depressing than his job, and ends it all. Simple and tragic as that. Well?
I'm not a detective, Morse.
But
if you can smell anything at all apart from incipient decomposition, you should take the top off the sherry bottle.
What?
No immediate sign of anything that looks like he might have had poison in it, sir, but...
Take an inventory of the whole bloody flat, Lewis, and leave me alone for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Well?
The cyanide wasn't just in the glass, was it?
And I'll tell you something else that might be of interest.
Yeah?
Our friend here was at least partially deaf.
How'd you figure that one out?
By asking myself a very simple question. Why else would he wear a hearing aid?
And clearly this is the most dreadful loss. Not only to us personally, but to the Foreign Examination Syndicate as a whole. In the short time he was here, Nicholas had already more than proved his worth. I really can't think of anything else to say at the moment. It has come as such a shock.
Have his family been told?
The police were making arrangements while I was at the station. They asked me if he had any other friends here in Oxford.
Any other friends? However we all feel now, we can hardly pretend we extended the hand of friendship to him.
That's not quite fair. For obvious reasons, he wasn't the easiest man to approach.
So we left him alone until, in his desperation...
Oh, come on, Ogilvy, if you're trying to say we're...
Oh, please, Monica. Please, gentlemen. This is no time for recrimination. Even self-recrimination. We must remember Nicholas Quinn for what he was. An esteemed colleague and someone who, given time, would surely have become as important to us as we are to each other.
Pint of best, that's 143.
If we said 150, could I have a head on it?
You what?
Chief Inspector Morse, Thames Valley Constabulary.
Oh.
Look, man lived over the way, early 30s, beard, receding hair.
Topped himself, they're saying, is that right?
Was he ever in here?
This is a music pub, isn't it?
That's a matter of opinion.
Look, live music every night. And he was deaf, wasn't he? Saw him on the street, had a hearing aid. Nearly went under a car once. What would he want in here?
Yeah. If it was my local, I'd drink at home too. Ah, Lewis, might I recommend the tomato juice?
Full inventory of the flats.
Oh, very efficient. Have a stool.
No, thank you, sir. I think I'll be off.
Lewis, is everything all right? Have I upset you in some way?
Not at all, sir. I'm delighted to do the sort of work a probationary constable might find tedious.
Oh, yes, I see. Look, you'll have to forgive me, Lewis. Perhaps I wasn't in the best of moods this afternoon. First you give me the Sherlock Holmes treatment, and then I'm outgunned by a smart Alec pathologist.
Just because he was on the scene first?
No, Because he spotted the vital clue that I'm afraid makes your inventory completely useless.
I'm not with you, sir.
There are two things everybody knows about cyanide, Lewis. One is that it smells of bitter almonds, the other that it's highly toxic. Agreed?
Yeah, I suppose so, sir.
Now, if you were minded to kill yourself, I think you'd want it over and done with as quickly as possible, wouldn't you? Unless, of course, you were Socrates and had Plato on hand, completing your memoirs. But for most people, though, the sooner the better.
And did Quinn take a long time to die?
I doubt it. But had he wanted to kill himself, he'd simply have dumped the cyanide in a glass, poured some sherry on it, rather than mix up a full litre of lethal Amontillado cocktail.
Are you saying...
I'm saying that whoever put the poison in that sherry bottle wasn't Nicholas Quinn. Which means, in short, that we are dealing with a murder. Come on. Let's find a decent pub on the way home.
Someone poisoned the bottle of sherry. Quinn opened it, poured himself a drink and died.
In that order.
Yeah, but you said yourself, the other thing everybody knows about cyanide is that it smells of bitter almonds.
What do bitter almonds smell like?
Well...
Precisely. Anyway, just because Quinn was deficient in one sense doesn't mean all the others were particularly sharp. He probably tossed it back without sniffing it.
Yeah, but wait a minute, there were only his prints on the bottle. And just the one glass out of it. So if he'd bought the bottle...
Or been given it.
He'd still have opened it himself. You'd have a hard job resealing a bottle of sherry after you poisoned it. Even these supermarket ransom nutters couldn't do that.
Something of a poser, I agree. Well, apply your mind to it, Lewis.
Me?
Unless I'm much mistaken, you feel my attitude towards your talents is overbearing and dismissive.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you should. Because you're right. Perhaps I am prone to hog the glory. Humility is not the easiest of virtues to assume. But I would like you to take the leading hand in this murder investigation, Lewis. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Murdered? But he can't. And who? Was there a burglary?
Not as far as we're aware, sir.
Why would anyone want to kill Nicholas Quinn? Inspector...
As Sergeant Lewis said, Dr. Bartlett, the more we discover about his life, the closer we'll come to answering that question.
Quinn was the most inoffensive man I've ever met. I just
Dr.
can't...
Bartlett, could you tell us something about his work here? In fact, something about the organisation as a whole.
What? Oh, well, the Foreign Examinations Syndicate exists to set and mark exams for overseas GCSE and A-level candidates.
It's part of the university, then?
Not exactly. It has a governing board made up of dons to whom I, as secretary, am answerable. And profits are distributed amongst the colleges.
Does the syndicate make a lot of money?
A reasonable amount. We have to sell ourselves fairly hard to stay ahead of the other examining bodies.
Why don't you just make your questions easier?
I beg your pardon?
Well, if the questions were easier than the ones the other examining boards set, students would choose yours and you'd make more money, wouldn't you?
Sergeant, I don't think you quite understand. Pupils and their schools must want to be examined by the Oxford Syndicate. It's a question of prestige in their own countries.
Oh, I see. Anyway, Nicholas Quinn. What was his job here?
He looked after history and English. He had a degree in one and had taught at school level in the other, which made him ideal. There are only 5 graduates. That's what we call the academic as opposed to the administrative staff. So we each need more than one speciality.
And who are the other graduates, sir?
Donald Martin, who found Quinn's body. He takes care of all social sciences. Philip Ogleby is maths and sciences proper. Monica Height is a linguist. Most other things fall to me.
You all got on with Quinn, did you?
Yes. We were very close to him. I mean, in some ways, we were all that he... Murdered? I just can't believe it.
You were all he had. Is that what you were about to say, sir?
The syndicate, it's like a family. Working together. Day in, day out.
We'll need to do a formal interview with all the graduates, sir. Including yourself.
As I said in my statement, Dr. Bartlett asked me to visit Quinn's flat when he failed to turn up for work for the second day running. The curtains were closed, and there was no answer to his door. I went round the back where there's a row of garages. His car was in one of them. I thought I might as well knock on the back door as well. Then I tried the handle, and it was open.
Must have been quite a shock for you, Mr. Martin.
Well, statistics about mortality, the sort of thing I set questions about all the time, but I'd never seen a dead body in my life. I don't think it's something I shall ever forget.
Why did Dr. Bartlett choose you to call on Quinn?
I don't know. I only wish he hadn't. None of us knew Quinn well.
Really? I had the impression...
I mean, we were on pleasant enough terms, but one was never sure, with his deafness.
No, of course. And tell me, what were you doing last Friday evening?
I had dinner at home with my wife. We neither of us went out.
What time do you normally arrive home from work?
Round 6:30, if I'm not working late. Which I wasn't, as it happens.
To your knowledge, Quinn had made few, if any, personal contacts since he came down to Oxford.
He'd only been working here 3 months, but...
To your knowledge?
No.
How could he manage his work here, given his disablement?
Surprisingly well. His hearing had been damaged since birth, apparently, and so he'd learned to cope. But no doubt it was a considerable relief after school teaching.
So he must have been grateful for the appointment.
Yes, I think he was.
Even if he was being poorly paid.
What do you mean?
Dingy flat, clapped-out old car. Quinn was hardly rolling in money.
Not all public servants receive comfortable salaries, Inspector. Academics, I think you'll find, rarely live a life of luxury.
Mr. Philip Ogilvy. And you've been working at the syndicate?
Oh, longer than anyone can remember, Sergeant.
Would you have said Quinn was the suicidal type?
I've been given to understand that you're not investigating a suicide.
We are investigating a death that was intended to look like suicide. Whoever was responsible for it must have known Quinn wasn't a happy man.
And who do you think was responsible for it?
At the moment, we have no idea, Mr. Ogilvy. My question was...
A very good one, Sergeant. No, I wouldn't have said he was happy.
And did he ever confide in you?
Yes, once.
What about?
That's my business.
I don't think...
If I were you, Sergeant, I'd be asking myself a far more obvious question. Cyanide is something of a specialized murder weapon. You'd have to know where to get it and how to use it. You would need some inside knowledge.
You're a chemist by training, aren't you, Mr. Ogilvy?
That I am. That I am.
Come in.
Good morning, Miss Height?
As it says on the door.
Yes, well, yes. Chief Inspector Morse.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Dr. Bartlett has told us of your suspicions. I really can't believe...
No, well, murder is often very hard to credit.
But of all people, there was simply no harm whatever in Nicholas.
You were on first-name terms?
Why not?
I don't know, the syndicate seems a fairly formal sort of place.
I liked him. I think that's allowable within a working relationship.
Well, yes, of course. Look, could I ask, did he have a soft spot for you?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I perhaps oughtn't to be so blunt, but...
Do go ahead.
Well, in the cerebral atmosphere of the syndicate, you are an attractive woman, and Quinn might have... Well, that's not to say you wouldn't be an attractive woman in any other atmosphere.
I'm not sure I follow you, Inspector.
What I'm getting at is, I merely...
Thought all female academics were aging spinsters. Do you look like a typical policeman?
I have no idea.
Apart from the elbow patches on your jacket, that is. Inspector, I have no idea what Nicholas felt about me. I only hope he realised that I admired his courage in carrying on a normal life despite his affliction.
Well, quite. Yeah, good. Look, I'm afraid I have to ask you what seems like another impertinent question, but, what were you doing last Friday night?
Was that when he died?
Seems so, yes.
I was at home all evening with my daughter.
Your...
She could confirm that. You take the word of a 16-year-old, I'm sure.
16?
I married young, Inspector. It was a mistake. It didn't last.
Oh, well, these things happen. We might have to speak to you again, Miss Height. over the course of the next few days, so...
I'm at your disposal, Inspector.
Yes? Well, good.
You have the assurance of Sergeant Dixon, madam, that we shall make every effort to find Timmy.
Tommy!
Tommy. We do a lot of missing tortoise work. Thames Valley's finest will be on the case.
He can't have gone far.
I wouldn't mind, but it was a rabbit last week, sir.
I'd like to speak to whoever's dealing with the death of Nicholas Quinn.
I see, and your name is?
Roop. Dr. Charles Roop. I'm on the governing board of the Foreign Examination Syndicate. I read about Quinn's death in the paper, and I think I may have some important information.
Of what nature would that be, sir?
I may well have been the last person to see him alive. I also have certain facts regarding his appointment to the Foreign Examination Syndicate. The newspaper piece said there'd be an inquest next Monday. I therefore assume that Quinn's death is in some way unnatural.
Well, I really couldn't comment, sir. I'm only the desk sergeant.
Let me tell you this. However Quinn died, there's some blame to be attached, and I don't want to see the guilty party walking away scot-free.
Who the hell did he speak to? Who the bloody hell did Quinn tell? Oh, God.
السلام عليكم. مكتب الاستثمار الدولي المتميز.
Yes, George Bland, please.
هذا واحد بيتكلم انجليزي يلا. جورج براون.
No, I'd like to speak to Mr. George Bland. Oh, for God's sake. Yes. Ogilvy. What do you want?
I want to know everything you know about Quinn's death, Bartlett.
Most of this must belong to Quinn's predecessor in the job. I mean, if Quinn had only worked there 3 months, he could hardly have amassed this much bunk.
I wouldn't bet on it. GCSE English, draft papers, first proofs, first revises, second revises.
I reckon I could pick up a few quick exam passes here, sir.
End up an overqualified pen pusher like Bartlett?
Yeah, perhaps not. Quinn was a curiously anonymous sort, wasn't he? Even at the flat, there was hardly anything personal at all.
Got used to going through life that way, I suppose. People ignored him, he tended to ignore himself. Oh, hello.
What's that, sir?
It's a desk diary. Hardly a budding Pepys, was he? Meeting.
Anything for last Friday, sir?
No. Something for the Thursday, though. Ring FDS 442836.
I'll check the phone number out, shall I, sir?
If it is a phone number, not a set of vital statistics. Talking of which, Lewis, did I mention that Miss Monica Height is...
Sir, did you see this?
What?
In the back of the diary, this envelope. Strictly private and confidential, Mr. G. Bland.
Stealing other people's mail?
Yes, from abroad, sir. 3rd of March postmark, but that's all I can make out. Rest all squiggly lines.
Arabic, I think you'll find, Lewis. What does the letter say?
Oh, it's in English, at any rate. Al Jamara Education Department. Dear George, many thanks for your summer examinations package. All entry forms ready for dispatch Friday the 20th or at latest 21st. Sincerely yours, another squiggle.
Interesting.
Really, sir? Seems pretty routine to me.
Exactly. So why is it strictly private and confidential? And why was it in Quinn's diary?
Oh, sorry to bother you, sir. Did you get my note about a Dr. Roop? I left it on your desk.
In that case, it's under 300 weight of questions about Dickens and Shakespeare. What did he want?
Said he was a friend of Quinn's and probably the last person to see him alive. Funny thing is, I've just had a woman on the line who claims exactly the same.
Sudden access of popularity. Details, please, Dixon.
It's George Bland. Well? There was no option. You had to kill him. It was the only possible way of keeping it secret. And if anyone else comes anywhere near, you may have to do it again.
Hope you didn't mind coming over to the college. I'm due to start a lecture. But it never does the students harm to build up a sense of expectation.
I never remember any of my old lecturers beginning on time. So, you were a friend of Quinn's, Dr. Roop?
Well, a friend might be putting it a little strongly, but ally, certainly. We were both from the same part of the country, Bradford. Yeah. I'd never met him before he came down to Oxford, but Yorkshiremen tend to stick up for each other.
So I'd heard. How did you stick up for Quinn, exactly?
By landing him his job, more or less. I've been on the governing board of the Foreign Examination Syndicate for a year or so. The meeting where Quinn was eventually appointed, he was one of 6 candidates. For me, Yorkshireman or not, he was easily the best qualified. However, not everyone was of the same opinion.
His deafness counted against him?
You would have thought in these days of equal opportunities. Some people might as well be living 100 years ago.
You wouldn't be referring to Dr. Bartlett by any chance?
To be honest, we've never seen eye to eye. He wants the syndicate to rest on Oxford tradition. I say, if it's going to be the best, we should make our syllabuses relevant to the modern world.
History questions about the Gulf War, you mean?
Well, I suppose so, for example.
I get the impression that a lot of the syndicate's business is in the Middle East, is that right?
Well, it's where much of the world's wealth is concentrated.
And, Al Jamara. Does the syndicate have a contract there?
I'm not sure. I think it might. That will be a question for Bartlett or his staff.
Of course. So you say you saw Quinn last Friday afternoon?
Yes. That is, I saw more evidence of him than I saw of anybody else at the syndicate.
I don't understand.
Well, I've been in London all morning with my publisher. On the train journey back, had annotated some reports for the syndicate and had to drop them off.
What time was that?
I caught a taxi from the station. It would have been about 4:30. When I arrived at the syndicate, there were admin staff upstairs, of course, but none of the graduates were in their office. Then I bumped into Noakes.
Noakes?
The caretaker. We decided the best thing was to leave the notes for Bartlett when he came back.
Bit unusual to find no one there at 4:30 in the afternoon, isn't it?
Very. But as I say, Quinn was obviously somewhere close by. His anorak was on the back of his chair, and I noticed his car in the car park. I would have hung on to talk to him, but I had a 5 o'clock tutorial back here.
And, what would you have talked to him about?
Well, I asked him how he was getting on. Knowing that Bartlett hadn't wanted him there in the first place,
You think Bartlett was capable of taking it out on Quinn personally?
Look, it probably sounds as though I'm being the usual bitchy academic. But yes, I think if Nicholas Quinn was driven to suicide, Bartlett could have been one of the prime causes.
As it happens, suicide isn't the possibility we're looking at.
But I thought, an inquest? You don't mean...
Just how vindictive do you think the secretary of the syndicate is, Dr. Roop?
Oh, no. Not that. No. No.
Poor Mr. Quinn. I couldn't believe it when I read the newspaper.
So you weren't exactly a friend of his?
I was friendly with him. I'm friendly with everyone I do cleaning for. Excuse me not asking you in, but my Fred's coughing something rotten.
No, I'm fine just here. And you always clean Quinn's flat on Friday afternoons?
Between 4 and 6, regular. Except last Friday, because of Fred's bronchitis, I had to break off and go to the chemist. And I thought, when Mr. Quinn gets back at 5:30, and we normally have our little chat, he'll wonder where I am, won't he?
So you didn't actually see him that day?
Well, what I did was I left him a note saying I was going to finish the hoovering. Left it on the sideboard and he must have read it.
How'd you know?
Because when I got back from the chemist, it was gone, and he'd left me a note in its place.
A regular correspondence. Can you remember what Quinn's note said?
I don't need to. I got it here. Kept it in my pinny, you see.
Just off shopping, shan't be long, NQ.
Quality supermarkets open till 9 of a Friday night.
And you didn't see him when he returned with his shopping?
No, I'd finished up and left by 7. Wanted to get home with a linctus. Not this seems to be doing much good.
Can I keep this note, Mrs. Evans?
No good to me, is it? Poor Mr. Quinn. I used to love our little natters, I really did.
Who, when, how, why and where? Those are what you always say are the classic questions, sir. Well, where is obviously in his flat. How, by cyanide poisoning. And when, sometime after Mrs. Evans left at 7 o'clock on Friday night. Though how, whoever it was, managed to get the cyanide into the bottle, that's the shaky point, isn't it? Sir?
What's the time, Lewis?
5:30.
Then perhaps we could have a drop ourselves for inspirational purposes. There's a half-litre of whiskey in the top drawer of the filing cabinet.
I thought you were sworn to the healthy life, sir.
Well, the efficacy of that has yet to be proven, Lewis. Here, use the coffee cups.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll abstain. The hard stuff has never really been my...
Do as you're told, man.
Sir?
So, Quinn spends all day at the syndicate, except that he wasn't in his office when Root called, but there was evidence that he was around and about, unlike his colleagues. Cheers.
Cheers.
And you're convinced that when he returned home that evening he had a visitor, and that visitor is the murderer.
Well, I have to be, don't they, sir?
What do you think of the whiskey? Single malt.
Oh, it's very nice, sir.
Very nice. Anyway, the main outstanding problem would then be who that visitor was and what on earth they had against him. We don't know a lot about Quinn, but we do know he wouldn't say boo to a goose. However, that isn't quite the point at issue.
Then what is, sir?
The fact that you're dead, Lewis.
I beg your pardon, sir?
You've finished your whiskey. If I'd poisoned the bottle, you'd be a chalk mark on the floor by now.
Yeah, but so would you, sir.
Aha, no, I haven't touched mine. I raised it to my lips, but I haven't swallowed any. And if I'd wiped the bottle before you came into the office, it would only have your prints on it because you are the one who poured the drinks out.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So now I pour my drink away, wash up the cup, and there is no evidence of a second person present at all.
But it's not quite a parallel situation, is it, sir? I mean, I'm in your office and you told me where to find the bottle. We're saying that someone brought a bottle round to Quinn's flat and gave it to him.
We or you?
Have you got another theory, sir?
Where's Al Jamara, Lewis?
No idea, sir. Hello, Chief Inspector Morse's office.
It's an atlas on one of those shelves. Ah, yes.
Yes, of course. Who's speaking, please? Sir, it's Monica Height.
Is it now? Look, take this and improve your education. Hello? Morse?
Let's see.
Yes?
Alipur, India,
What would suit you?
Alistati,
No, that's fine by me.
Greece,
No,
Al
I'll see you
Jamara,
there.
country, map
Thank you for
23.
Well, well, Lewis. What do you make of that?
Just a second, sir. Oh, yeah. Yes, there. That little pink one, just to the right of the second A in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah, jolly. I meant about the phone call.
Oh, what does she want?
Ms. Monica Height would like to see me. This evening.
What for, sir?
Well, maybe she's got some information about the case. Or perhaps she's just after my body. I'll let you know.
The French syllabus for next year should include at least 2 works by contemporary writers, as well as the usual classic selection of poetry by authors such as Baudelaire, Verlaine, Mallarmé.
I love it when your lips do that.
What do you want, Donald?
All that French business. It reminds me...
In the first place, you could knock before you come in. And in the second...
Did you do it?
Do what?
Did you phone him?
Yes, it's fixed.
Good. I know you'll see us through this. Won't you?
Come on, Morse. It's doing you good. Up and down, up and down. Al Jamara. Arabic. Right to left. Top to bottom. No, but check it out. Check it out. 1 down, 29 to go. Got to reach the peak of condition.
Will you be eating?
Well, just a drink at the bar for the moment, though. I'm sure perhaps...
Yes, I'd love to.
Really? Good. Well, why don't you leave us the menu and...
Gin and tonic, please.
And some sort of beer? Mm-hmm. Maybe low alcohol?
Right. That's very abstemious of you, Inspector.
Well, I like to keep myself in trim, you know. So, Miss Height.
Monica, please.
Yes. What was it you wanted to tell me? I presume it's something to do with Nicholas Quinn.
You asked me yesterday at the syndicate whether Nicholas was interested in me. I said I had no idea.
And that wasn't true?
Well, not exactly. I got the impression fairly soon after he took up the job that he would have liked us to have a personal relationship.
I see. And you were unwilling?
When we first heard about his death, I felt as though... Well, I felt almost as though I'd pushed him to it.
When everyone assumed it was suicide.
Are you certain it wasn't?
I'm afraid so.
1 gin and tonic and a low-alcohol beer. There'll be a table free very shortly.
Oh, thank you. And how could you guess Quinn's intentions?
Well, that's not difficult for a woman, Inspector. Asking me out to drinks at lunchtime, coming into my office without a particularly good reason.
How did you deal with it?
Not very easily, as I said. I admired his courage, and I also felt sorry for him, but I couldn't... Well, I couldn't bring myself to...
No, I understand.
I'm not sure you do, Inspector. You don't have enough information. You don't know enough about the syndicate.
What do you mean?
Well, there were 5 graduates at the syndicate. We work closely together. It's a bit like a family.
You're the second person who said that.
Am I? Well, there is one important way in which it differs. There are no blood ties.
And thus no taboos on incest.
If you want to put it that way.
Who? No, forget it. None of my business.
That's a very unusual thing for a detective to say.
Well, go on then. Who's the lucky man?
I think you can guess. It's hardly likely to be Dr. Bartlett or Philip Ogleby.
Donald Martin? But he's married, isn't he?
Well, that's why I called a halt to it. I couldn't go on.
And the other members of the syndicate knew about you and...
Apart from Nicholas, yes. It's not the sort of place you can keep things quiet.
Why did you want to tell me this?
Because you would have found out sooner or later anyway. And I thought I'd appear less reprehensible in your eyes if I admitted it first.
The table's ready now. Sir, madam?
Well, I'm not sure if...
Oh, can't we? I really was looking forward to spending the evening out. We can talk about other things. I'm sure we must have something in common. Please? I'd like to thank you for a very pleasant evening. And I hope you don't think absolutely the worst of me. I can't really explain why I fell for Donald Martin, except being on my own, needing someone, anyone. I wouldn't want his wife to find out. She doesn't have to, does she?
No. You said it was over. Since when, incidentally?
Since last week.
What? Last week?
We had a long talk about it, and...
When? Last week?
Well, last Friday.
What? Well, when last Friday?
Friday afternoon. I think perhaps you need to know a little more. This is my house. Could we talk about it over a coffee?
Hello, Inspector. Oh, Sergeant Lewis.
Oh, what? What time is it?
It's just after 11. Shouldn't you be at home with the wife? If you want to work shifts, you could transfer back into uniform.
Yeah, I fell asleep.
I'll get you a coffee before you drive back.
Yeah. No, wait a minute, George. Give me the benefit of your wisdom. It's the Quinn case.
Ah, Morse left you in charge, has he?
Well, not exactly. But he's given me a pretty free hand for once, and I don't want to make any mistakes. Look at this. It's Quinn's desk diary.
Ring FDS 442836.
Written on the day before he died. On the day before, in all likelihood, he invited somebody round for dinner who poisoned him.
Ah. You mean it might have been this FDS chap?
Well, I don't know about chap, but yeah, that was the theory I was working on.
Ah, so who is FDS?
Well, there was one obvious way to find out, and I tried it, but there was no answer.
Oh?
Then I realised something. In the first place, the phone number is written underneath, rather than next to the name. Which wouldn't necessarily mean anything in itself, except that, well, the obvious thing struck me.
Which is?
Quinn was deaf. We don't know how deaf, probably not totally. But he'd hardly ring anyone unless they knew and were used to dealing with his handicap. He hadn't made any friends in Oxford, so where was he before he came here? Look.
Nicholas Quinn, BA, curriculum...
Vitae, yeah, go on.
For the past 3 years, I've been head of the English department at the Frederick Delia School, Bradford.
Stop there. Well?
Ah. FDS. It's not a person after all.
And presumably he would have remembered the phone number of the school he taught at and so had no need to write it down.
So the number is a separate entry. It's a game, this detection lark, isn't it?
Yeah, I was waiting to ring it again when I dropped off.
Oh, well, go on then. Unless you want me to.
No. Assuming it is an Oxford number after all, it would still have to be somebody he didn't mind appearing at his most vulnerable in front of.
Or else was just desperate to speak to.
Yeah, I suppose so, yes. But either way, whoever it is has got to be high on the suspect list.
Well?
No, there's still nobody...
Hello? Hello? Who is this? Oh, for God's sake.
Is that it? I thought at least you were going to ask them who they were.
I didn't need to. I only spoke to her on the phone a few hours ago. It was Monica Haidt.
What's the matter, Tom? Can't you sleep? What's worried you?
Usual business. The syndicate hardly runs itself.
Shall I get you a drink?
No, thanks. I just can't help thinking about Quinn.
I know. It's terrible. Terrible.
And the police. What are they really going to solve?
They have to investigate.
And they'll destroy the syndicate. The years I put in building it up. If it loses its integrity in the public eye, it loses everything.
But justice must be done. They need to find the murderer.
Well, that's not so difficult. They only need to ask. I'd have to tell them.
What do you mean? Tom?
I wasn't intending to bring the Chief's wrath down on you, sir.
What?
Well, I was a bit worried, that was all. Are you sure you feel okay?
Keep asking me that. As it happens, I did have a couple of brandies, if you're not in training.
But what did you make of Monica Haidt? I mean, did she have anything important to say? Sir?
Let's take a detour, shall we? I want to have another look at Quinn's flat before we go to the syndicate.
You understand, sir, I'm not saying Monica Haidt definitely killed
Look, that file on the back seat. Let's have another look at it.
Well, what in particular, sir?
The letter you found in the back of his diary. Read it again.
Oh, yeah, here it is. From Al Jamara Education Department. Dear George, many thanks for your summer examinations package. All entry forms ready for dispatch Friday the 20th or at latest 21st. Sincerely yours.
The letter was postmarked the beginning of March, correct?
Yeah.
So now look in the diary under the 20th of March.
Yeah, but this is Quinn's diary, not George Bland's.
All diaries have the same calendar, Lewis. What day of the week was the 20th of March?
Thursday.
And April?
Sunday.
And just to be on the safe side?
May was a Tuesday. No, but I don't get it. I mean, what's the letter talking about?
Not what it appears to be, clearly. Not reading from left to right. But some of these awkward foreigners don't read that way, do they, Lewis? You take the words in a line from top to bottom.
Dear, many, summer, all.
Try the right-hand side of the page, Lewis.
Okay. Good God.
Well?
George, your package ready Friday 21st.
Signed, Squiggle. Someone with a lot of cash to throw around in Al Jamara, presumably, if that's what the package contained. And I would be willing to bet...
Hold on, sir, you're going too fast for me. George Bland was Quinn's predecessor in the job, right?
Right.
And you're saying he was on the take? What for?
A lot of prestige in passing the syndicate's exams, Lewis. That's what Bartlett told us, anyway.
So, Bland fiddled the marking?
Well, that I'm not sure of. Just yet.
But Quinn found him out, found this letter, and worked it out just the way you did.
Loneliness of the long-distance swimmer, Lewis. Here we are. Shay Quinn. Let's take another look around. Just as miserable as ever. Draw the curtains, would you, Lewis?
But it'll be dark.
It'll be as it was when Quinn was found. Now, light the gas fire, will you? Use the matches in the hearth. That's what Quinn would have done.
Oh. Not in its first youth, is it?
And then what do you do with the match?
Throw it in this waste paper bin, I suppose.
Where it should join one of its colleagues, the one Quinn actually used to light the fire when he returned from the supermarket after your Mrs. Evans had cleaned.
Yeah, you're right. There it is.
Wasn't on your inventory, though, was it, Lewis? Now,
There's something else in here too, sir. Scrap of paper.
Really? Lewis, look, when I asked for an inventory to be made...
Ticket of some sort, or half of one. 102 Rear Lounge.
Huh? Let me see it. Well, that's interesting.
Well, he must have found it in his anorak pocket when he came in and thrown
Possibly,
it away.
but I doubt it. Lie on the floor, would you, Lewis?
Sir?
In front of the armchair. Just where Quinn was discovered. Go on. Now, what do you feel?
Stupid, to be honest.
But look at the fire. The flames have settled down. They were in a direct draft from under the door. Now you're blocking it. So if he tumbled from the chair, as his murderer would have us believe, he would have been sitting with his ankles in that draft.
The least of his problems, I should have thought.
Except that single men living alone are creatures of habit. Believe me, Lewis. I'd be willing to bet whatever you like that Quinn always sat in the armchair on the far side of the fire.
Could I get up now,
So
sir?
either he was being extraordinarily companionable by giving up his favourite chair, or else there was no other guest at all.
Sir?
No other guest. And no Quinn. Not here. Not alive.
I don't think... We know he was here, sir. The cleaning lady...
The cleaning lady saw a note he left her. Didn't see him, though, did she?
Well, what about the woman at the supermarket checkout?
Which woman?
Oh, I went there last night. I haven't had a chance to tell you. She saw Quinn around 6 o'clock.
She can't have.
I don't want to spoil your theory, sir. I know I was going it alone a bit.
I tell you, she can't have, Lewis. Quinn never entered this flat alive on Friday night. I'm convinced of that.
But then how...
Do you remember our experiment yesterday? I tricked you into drinking something which could have been poison, yes? As you pointed out, the trick only works if you're on my home territory.
Exactly, sir. But whose home territory could Quinn have been on, and when, if not on Friday night? The pathologist was reasonably
Damn
certain...
the pathologist! I'm in charge of this case, Lewis! Anyway, they can't fix it finer than a few hours at that distance.
With respect, sir, you seem to be dismantling everything we've built up.
Everything you've built up, Lewis.
But you don't have anything solid to put in its place. Sir?
Let's go to the syndicate now, shall we, Lewis? There's somebody we haven't spoken to yet who could be important. Ah, Noakes, is it?
That's right.
Chief Inspector Morse, Sergeant Lewis. You got a moment?
Suppose so.
Well, I wondered in particular if I could ask you a couple of questions about last Friday afternoon.
You're the police. You've got the right.
Fine, well, I've spoken to Dr. Roop, and he says when he arrived here about 4:30 with some papers for Dr. Bartlett, none of the graduates were in their offices.
Are you asking or telling?
I'm asking for confirmation.
Well, you've got it.
Might they have been elsewhere in the building? The toilet, for instance?
Well, all of them together.
Fair enough. Tell me, is it unusual for none of the graduates to be in the building?
Well, it can happen. They're supposed to leave a note on their desks if they go out.
Are they? And did any of them?
Only Quinn. And before you ask, I didn't read it.
When was the last time you saw any of them on that day?
I saw everyone milling around for the fire drill.
Fire drill? Anybody mentioned fire drill to you, Lewis?
No, sir.
Well, believe them or believe me or look in the register. Fire drill, 12 o'clock. Everyone out the front, present and correct. In the rain.
No, I believe you, Mr. Noakes.
Oh, Mr. Noakes now, is it?
Could I ask a question, sir? During the time the staff were absent, or at least out of their offices, were any of their cars here in the car park?
Only Mr. Quinn's.
And that remained here till the end of the afternoon?
He remained here until he drove it away around 5 o'clock.
But you didn't actually see him, though, did you, Mr. Noakes?
Oh, yes, I did. Even if it was raining. He tramped across here in his anorak, into the car, and off.
You're certain?
I just told you so, didn't I?
That seems like a clincher, doesn't it, sir? I mean, that's two people actually saw Quinn between 5 and 6. So he must have been alive when he reached his flat. Sir?
What?
I think you're developing selective hearing.
Everyone has an alibi for the evening, apart from Ogilvy. And he's trying so hard to incriminate himself with his hints about cyanide and his secret confidences from Quinn that he might as well confess if he actually did it. But where were they all in the afternoon?
Is that what you're planning to ask them?
Not all of them. Monica Height and Donald Martin I know about.
No, what about? So Monica Height did tell you something of interest last night?
Come on, Bartlett. Academia could be crumbling all around you.
Well, maybe he's not in his office.
There's one way to find out, isn't there? Dr. Bartlett. Oh. We seem to have caught him with his trousers down. Come on.
Should we really be doing this?
Use every psychological advantage you can, Lewis.
What? Oh, Inspector.
Sorry, are we barging in?
Yeah,
Just a couple of points to clear up, Dr. Bartlett. We won't take a minute.
Well, I do have a lunch shortly, but, yes, please, sit down.
Thank you. Well, the first thing is the fire drill on Friday. I assume you were responsible for calling it, yet you never mentioned it to myself or my sergeant here.
Nobody asked. The subject never came up. I didn't think it was important.
Seems to me that on the day a member of staff was murdered, everything would be important. I assume Quinn was present.
Yes, so far as We can check the list.
And we will. Secondly, this happy little family in which Donald Martin and Monica Haight could spend the afternoon shagging each other silly. As a father figure, what was your view on that?
How do you find out?
It's my job to find things out. I'm a policeman. Well?
I think there are one or two other things you might need to know. I am in rather a rush right now, but I wonder, would you care to come round to my house this evening? I'm sure my wife could lay on dinner.
Very well. 8 o'clock?
Perfect. I'll look forward to it.
When did you discover that, sir? About Monica Haight and Donald Martin? Was that what she had to tell you last night?
Amongst other things. Afternoon. 2, please. Oh, and I'll treat you to the hire of a costume, Lewis.
Me? No, but I don't want to...
Clears the mind wonderfully. I wouldn't say it's a substitute for beer, but...
There you go, sir.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Corporation Brown. Very you, Lewis.
Yeah, but sir, I mean, even if you're right, even if Mokes and the supermarket woman were mistaken in identifying
They
Quinn,
were. I just need to work out why.
and if he was actually killed in the afternoon somewhere else than at his flat, well, the fact that Monica Haight claims that she and Donald Martin were... I mean, it's hardly an alibi, is it? I mean, if she can threaten to spill the beans to his wife...
You've really got it in for her, haven't you, Lewis?
No, not at all, sir. But you have to admit that, objectively, the evidence looks damning.
You're saying that I'm not being objective?
Well, she is a very attractive woman.
And I am an overweight, middle-aged man. Well, I can hardly fault you there.
And perhaps if her daughter was taking exams that she wanted to...
Nice try, Lewis. But the syndicate only operates abroad, remember? And while Sally Haight is resitting some GCSEs...
Sally?
Yes, I met her last night. I was in Monica Haight's front room when you rang.
You were... Oh, I see.
No, Lewis. I don't think Monica Haight would have lied to me about sleeping with Martin. If she hadn't. As you said yourself, Martin is something of a wimp. Can hardly be a very flattering admission for a woman.
Yeah, but if she needed to... you know, if it was an alibi... Sir, wait a minute.
Lewis, please take a shower before entering the pool, right?
Sir, could I just make one final point?
Yeah, feel free. I gave you your head in this case, didn't I?
Well, yeah, let's accept that neither Donald Martin nor Monica Haight poisoned Quinn. I mean, let's suppose Ogilvy has some misguided reason for wanting to falsely incriminate himself. That only leaves one member of the syndicate. And you've just accepted dinner at his house.
Now that, Lewis, is what I call a very good point. This afternoon, I want to speak to Ogilvy. And as you seem to have made telephone inquiries your own field of endeavour, I suggest that you check whether or when Quinn made that call to his old school. All right, are you ready?
For what, sir?
I'm feeling in rather good shape. What about a race to the far end? All right?
Go! What?
Last Friday, during the day, I was here at the syndicate in the morning, then went down to the Oxford University Press to meet the chief printer, and got back about, 3:30, I should think.
After which?
After which I stayed until I left, at 4:45. You've caught me there. Guilty of skiving off the last 15 minutes. But there was nothing much happening.
And the secretary wasn't here keeping an eagle eye out?
Bartlett.
Would I be right in thinking you've been at the syndicate longer than Dr. Bartlett?
Indeed you would. About 5 years longer.
Would it be indelicate to ask why you are not the secretary and he is?
Not at all. He was voted in by the board. They thought him the better candidate.
You didn't resent that?
Of course I did. I still do. Question of what I can do about it, though, isn't it?
In all your years here, have you ever come across evidence of malpractice?
Naturally. Candidates take notes into examinations or copy from someone else. Happens 2 or 3 times a year. But the invigilators or the examiners pick it up. If you're stupid enough to need to cheat, you're normally stupid enough to be caught.
What about something slightly more systematic?
Expand.
Oh, local headmaster who revealed the papers to his pupils, or an examiner who simply upped the marks.
They'd be slitting their own throats. We have statistics going back years. Any sudden abnormality we'd pick up immediately.
Very well. What if...
If somebody at the very top was crooked?
Oh.
Yes, that would work. They could cover it up nicely. But it would have to be somebody at the centre, somebody here.
Mr. Ogleby, I'm going to be straight with you because I don't see any other way of putting this. You say you were here at the syndicate from 3:30 to 4:45 last Friday afternoon. But I have 2 witnesses who say that you weren't.
Really? How intriguing.
Yes, they say that there were no graduates in the building for at least half of that time.
Do they now?
So what's your answer?
My answer is that whoever your witnesses are, they must be lying.
Your car wasn't in the car park.
I didn't come by car on Friday. I only live in Walton Street. It isn't far away.
But the witnesses
are mistaken. Oh, dear. Have I made your life difficult, Inspector?
Well, I'm prepared to leave it there for the moment. Just one more thing. What was the concert you listened to in the evening?
Chamber music. 2 of Beethoven's late string quartets in E and A minor. Do you know them?
Yes. Yes, they're amongst my favourites.
Listen to me. You have no option. I told you, anyone who comes too close will have to be got rid of. Anyone. You have absolutely no alternative.
Well, that was an excellent meal, Mrs. Bartlett. Very kind of you to have me round, particularly at such short notice.
Oh, not at all. Would you like a coffee? Inspector?
What? Sorry? I've been doing a bit of swimming lately. I think my ears are getting a bit blocked up.
I said, would you like a coffee?
Yes, that would be lovely, thank you.
I'll leave you together for a moment.
Quinn, you know, could be quite comical about his mishearings. The pub near the syndicate, the Horse and Trumpet, he thought we called it the Awesome Strumpet.
Well, it really must have taken a lot of courage to go through life as he did.
Yes, which is why I don't want you to get the wrong end of the stick. It's true that none of us was close to him, but I at least valued Quinn a great deal.
Even if you didn't want to employ him in the first place? Well, that's what Dr. Roop told me.
Roop? That bearded hippie.
Roop? Ogleby? Seems you're not entirely popular at the syndicate, Dr. Bartlett.
I'm not there to win friends. I'm in charge. I keep a tight ship, and that doesn't always endear you to people.
Doesn't always mean you can trust them to get on with their work, either. I mean, for instance, when you were away on Friday afternoon, where were you, by the way?
Addressing a headmaster's conference in Banbury. One of the more trying aspects of the job is that one is thought to be fair game for anyone wanting a talk on examination systems.
And you came straight home from there?
That's right.
Tell me, Dr. Bartlett, why did you need to appoint Nicholas Quinn to the syndicate in the first place?
Because his predecessor had left.
That would be George Bland.
Yes.
Why did Bland leave the syndicate?
In search of pastures new.
Would those pastures by any chance have been in Al-Jamara?
How much do you know, Inspector?
Well, that depends on how much there is to know, doesn't it? And I got a feeling that you invited me here this evening to give me something of the overall picture.
I have no proof of this, you understand. But I have reason to suspect that George Bland was, and perhaps had been for some years, undermining the work of the syndicate in the Middle East. In Al-Jamara in particular. He may have felt he was near discovery, and that's why he fled. I'm not sure.
You never went to the police?
I had no proof, as I say.
And you didn't want to damage the precious reputation of the syndicate by a public scandal?
That I am guilty of, yes.
Well, what would you say if I told you that Quinn had unearthed absolute proof of Bland's corruption, and that was why he was killed?
I'm afraid I would not be at all surprised. It struck me from the first as a possibility.
Then why didn't you...
Inspector, you cannot possibly understand what it has cost me to bear this alone. The thought that Bland may have returned, perhaps only for a couple of hours, killed Quinn, and then flown back to Al-Jamara.
You didn't have to bear it alone.
We have no extradition treaty with Al-Jamara. I checked that. Bland is untouchable. Justice cannot possibly be done. In the circumstances, it seemed to me that the reputation of the syndicate, and, in a way, of Britain as a whole, ought to be upheld.
Well, it's a very old-fashioned way of looking at things, Dr. Bartlett.
Perhaps, but it's my way.
Then I can only say it's perhaps just as well that you're wrong.
About what?
About George Bland. Oh, I don't doubt that he was involved in selling and then covering up examination passes, but I don't think he killed Quinn, though he may have ordered his death.
Well, then who?
You see, once Bland was safe in Al Jamara, there'd be no need for violence if his scheme had come to an end. He'd only need Quinn out of the way if the traffic in exam passes was still going on, because Quinn had the evidence to blow it wide open. And if that traffic was continuing, Bland would need someone else at the syndicate to ensure that it ran smoothly.
I repeat my question. Who?
I'll get it.
I honestly can't be sure at the moment. As you said yourself, academics are not on the whole well paid. Money could have been an inducement for anyone. But I do know one thing. You won't be able to keep the evidence of corruption to yourself. It'll have to come out.
There's a board meeting of the syndicate tomorrow. Perhaps if you were to attend?
Of course.
It's for you, Inspector, Oxford City Police.
What? Oh, thank you.
Have you finished? Should I bring the coffee in now?
Morse here, yeah.
Sorry?
Yes?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
When? All right, I'll be right over. Thank you.
What's the matter, Inspector?
Some more tragic news, I'm afraid. It's Ogleby. He's been murdered.
Morse!
Yes? I'm sorry, sir. Got a bit of trouble with my...
He's through in his living room, and no prettier than the last one. Louis got here ahead of you.
Oh, sir.
Oh, my God. Who found him?
Someone not unknown to you, Morse. Monica Haight.
What?
She had the key to his front door, apparently, sir.
Where is she now?
Radcliffe Hospital. Shock. The press are going to have a field day with this. Get onto it, Morse. And skip the philandering in favour of a result, would you?
Come on then, Doc. Give me the details.
Hit with this poker, probably while he was bending over the fire. The blow smashed through the cranium into the brain, which is what you can see.
Yes, thank you very much. Whoever did it would have needed a fair amount of strength, then.
Not necessarily, if you swung the poker the right way.
Are there prints on the poker?
None at all, sir.
Well, there's a surprise. Ogleby. He may have been obstructive, he may have been an outright liar for all I know, but we did have something in common.
What was that, sir?
Music written by a deaf man. Have you had a look round the house?
Yeah, a brief one, sir. No clues to anyone's presence apart from Miss Hyatt.
What on earth was she
But there
doing?
is something else of interest. This was on the bedside table upstairs. I wouldn't have thought twice about it, except it's not the sort of thing you'd usually read to send yourself to sleep.
Medical toxicology. Well, I suppose if chemistry was one of his
Yeah,
specialities...
all right, sir, but it's slightly more than that. There's a slip of paper marking one of the pages. If you turn to it...
Hang on, H-I...
The left-hand page, sir.
Hydrocyanic acid.
When he talked about cyanide, he could quote chapter and verse. He'd been reading up on the subject. But, of course, if he really did poison Quinn, that doesn't answer the question of why. Except that... Well, if you look at the piece of paper that was actually marking a page, there's the strangest thing of all.
What on earth?
No, I don't get it either, sir. But it's an exact copy, isn't it? I've got the original here. 102, Rear Lounge. Even the admission number's the same. 93550.
But why or how would Ogleby want to make a sketch of a cinema ticket belonging to Quinn? Why or how? Or maybe once more, Lewis, we should be asking ourselves the fundamental question of when.
She's in here, Inspector. I'll have to ask you not to be too long.
Very well.
Hello.
I thought you were asleep.
Resting. Somehow I could tell it was you. Sit down.
Okay.
I think it's the smell. That jacket again. You've worn it in too many pubs.
Quite a few, that's for sure. Well, how are you feeling?
Shaky. I thought he must have had a heart attack or something. I knelt down, touched his shoulder, and that's when I saw.
Why were you there?
I suppose I should have told you. I was helping to look after him.
I'm sorry? What did you say?
I was helping to look after him.
And what does that mean?
He was dying. Blood disease. He probably had less than a year. That's what the doctors said.
Did you go to see him often?
When I could. Well, there was nothing like... They just liked to talk.
Yes, brother and sister.
I suppose so, yes. I don't know whether I made his life easier or not. I hope I did. At one point, when he couldn't face the weight, he was talking of killing himself.
Did he say how?
No, but I had the impression he'd decided on a fail-safe method. And given that he was a chemist...
Poison? Cyanide?
I really don't know. Who could have killed him? It was so brutal.
You didn't see anyone else?
No.
I never know quite whether to believe you, Monica.
Oh, that's the first time you've used my Christian name.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yesterday evening, when you first said you'd finished with Donald Martin, I assumed you meant a while ago. And then you said it was Friday afternoon and that you'd made love at your house just to make sure there were no recriminations on either side. And when we were there together, I got the impression that if Sally hadn't been home...
Yes, I am attracted to you, if that's what you mean.
And I am to you. But in the same bed that Donald Martin had been in less than a week before...
Supposing that wasn't the case.
But it was. Wasn't it? Well, you told me it was. Look, I have to go. Someone killed Quinn and Ogleby. And the way we're going, I'll end up with no suspects left.
Morse? What's your Christian name?
Goodbye, Monica.
She needs rest, and it's very
Look,
late.
I'm worried about her, and she is my fiancée.
Well, I suppose in that case...
Hello, Martin.
Inspector.
I'm sure your fiancée will be very pleased to see you.
Inspector, you must understand. My wife and I, well, for some years now, we haven't been together in a physical sense.
I can't hear you, Martin. I can't hear you at all. Supposing that wasn't the case. But that was the case, wasn't it? Always is the case. Oh my God, I never even saw it. Do yourself a favor, Morse. Accept the inevitable. You're getting old. You've missed your chances. If there ever were any. Oh, damn it. It's like someone leaning on a doorbell in the back of your head. Quinn had to live like this from birth to death. From the moment he was born to the moment... Of course. Of course.
Sorry, sir. Are you with me?
Intermittently. It's all this blackboard business.
Well, there are no clear leads on Ogleby's death. He probably invited the killer in and turned his back, which meant he trusted them. But Martin says he was at home. Monica Height, as we know, discovered the corpse. And, well, you were with Bartlett, weren't you, sir?
So?
So I think our best bet is to carry on trying to crack Quinn's murder. This is the evidence for his movements on Friday, in reverse order. Shopped in the supermarket at 6, left a note for the cleaner at 5:30, drove away from the syndicate around 5 o'clock.
Studio 2, what's that?
Ah, a little piece of intuition on my part, sir. The cinema ticket. It doesn't read 102 at all, but the last half of Studio 2. That's the cinema in Walton Street. Does a line in what you might call, adult films.
Yes, I know it, by reputation. Go on.
Well, while you were at the hospital, I went and checked Quinn's ticket. Just as far as the lobby, I should say. That number was issued last Friday afternoon for the 1:30 showing.
Good work. Showing of what?
The Nymphomaniac from the North with Inga Nielsen, sir. Now, that might account for him leaving his car and his anorak at the syndicate while he sloped off.
What might?
Well, I mean, he'd hardly want everyone to know he went there, would he? At any rate, that fills in the early part of the afternoon. Lunch is a blank at the moment, but I called the Frederick Delia School in Bradford, and yes, Quinn did phone there at 12:20.
What did he want?
Well, to talk to one or two of the staff about becoming part-time examiners. But there weren't any available, so he left a message with the school secretary.
And before that?
The fire drill at 12. His name was ticked off on the list, all right?
Yes, of course it was. It all fits, doesn't it?
In what way, sir?
How, why, where, and when. And as for who... Look, Lewis, just how deaf was Quinn?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, sir, because I asked the school secretary. Very deaf indeed, apparently.
Almost run over by a car, so the publican told me.
Well, the secretary said that if you spoke very close to his better ear, the one with a hearing aid, he could pick it up. So he could manage some phone work. Most of the rest of the time he relied on lip reading.
Yes, of course he'd have to.
At which he was something of an expert, so she said. Now, as to the gaps in this list...
Wait a minute. How did the school secretary know it was Quinn on the line?
Well, because he said who he was, and she recognised his voice.
Lewis, if you'd worked in a school, you'd know that 12 is a hopeless time to ring and get hold of any of the teachers. Classes never finish before 12:30.
Well, maybe he couldn't ring later.
She recognised his voice. What does that mean? Over the phone, everybody's voice is distorted. You don't get all the registers.
Yeah, but...
Don't interrupt me, Lewis. Now, your woman at the supermarket, she recalled Quinn. How?
By his hearing aid, the anorak.
The accent, you said.
That's right, yeah, and the beard.
The beard. That's it. That is it. And what did he buy?
Well, I'm not sure, but when I did the inventory, the fridge held 2 steaks, a chilled pudding, 2 packets of butter...
2 packets of butter. Was he planning death by cholesterol poisoning or what? Even if he was expecting a guest, 2 packets of butter, Lewis. Can you see it, Lewis?
Well, I'm afraid I can't, sir.
And the note on his desk, you remember that? What do you think it read? Gone to see a dirty movie?
What, I don't...
Lewis, you have been brilliant.
Have I?
In a completely unintentional way, of course. Come on.
Where are we going?
To take in a little higher education.
Oh.
Purification controls for inorganic elements and compounds also differ
Right, this is
from normal industrial chemical controls. Industrial zinc oxide, for example, may contain 10% impurities, including traces of lead. Pharmaceutical zinc oxide must be 99% pure, with, as you might imagine, no lead whatsoever. Okay, so it's 11 o'clock on Thursday for the next lecture. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Okay.
Well, you're a popular lecturer, Dr. Roop.
I hope so. It's what the university employs me for. Are you coming to the board meeting of the syndicate this afternoon?
Yes, I think I am, but I wanted a quick word with you first, as a matter of fact.
What about?
When I say word, I mean words. Dr. Charles Roop, I'm arresting you in connection with the murder of Nicholas Quinn. Take his arm, will you, Lewis?
This way, sir.
Well, you had some luck in this business, Roop, but you distinctly overplayed your hand. Not in coming forward to volunteer information. That was a nice touch, particularly since they were all facts I was bound to find out anyway. No, it was gilding the lily and the movement of Quinn's corpse that really gave you away.
You're making an awful fool of yourself, Inspector. That's all I've got to say.
I don't think so, Roop. Too much stacks up against you. Your accent and your beard, for a start. Yeah, they must have seemed like advantages at the time. Anyone who didn't know Quinn and heard him described as a bearded Yorkshireman might well have taken you for him. And if you were to wear his anorak and his hearing aid...
Would you mind telling me who exactly I'm supposed to have been taking in?
The woman at the supermarket checkout, for one. Not, I think, that was part of the original plan, but once you got back to Quinn's flat with his body in the boot of his car and found that the cleaning lady was going to return, you had to do something. Something to convince her that Quinn was still alive until you could dump his body after she'd gone. Luckily, at the syndicate, you'd picked up the note from his desk, the note that may well have been there from the morning, and read, gone shopping, isn't that right, Lewis?
Yeah, just off shopping, shan't be long, NQ.
Exactly. And so you went to the supermarket and actually did some shopping, although you should have checked what Quinn already had in his fridge because the packet of butter was a mistake. Still, you fooled enough people into thinking Quinn was killed in the evening by a mysterious visitor. Certainly had Lewis going, didn't he, Lewis?
And why, tell me, am I supposed to have had Quinn's body in the boot of his car?
Because he was dead, of course. He'd been poisoned at some earlier point in the afternoon, before you arrived at the syndicate with that excuse about leaving some papers in Bartlett's office.
It wasn't an excuse. I left the papers in Bartlett's office.
Afterwards, you crossed the car park in the rain with Quinn's anorak on, thus convincing the caretaker you were him.
So I killed Nicholas Quinn?
Oh, is that a confession?
I helped Quinn get the job. I'd been friendly to him.
Of course you had. The fewer people likely to have had all their wits about them at the syndicate, the better for your purposes, or, I should say, yours and George Bland's purposes. Except that, unfortunately, Quinn had far more wit than he appeared to. Still, the fact that you befriended him meant that once he discovered Bland's corruption, he came and told you about it.
When exactly did I kill him, Inspector?
Well, you tell me.
No, you tell me. I've already said that I was in London all morning and came back to Oxford on the 3:15 train.
I only have your word for that.
No, you don't, Inspector. You may remember I said I took a taxi from the station.
Yes?
Might I use the phone a moment?
Well, it's a bit irregular, but, Lewis...
Interview broken at 11:33 a.m, DS Lewis. There you are, sir. Dial 9 for outside.
Well, it seems I may owe you an apology, Dr. Roop.
An apology? You are going to owe me a lot more than that, Inspector. You are going to owe me a substantial amount of damages for false arrest.
No need to shout, Dr. Roop.
No need to... Have you any idea what you're saying?
I'm sorry I didn't catch that.
I take it I'm free to go.
Yes, of course. I'm sure Sergeant Lewis will be happy to drive.
No, thank you very much. I've had quite enough of your hospitality for one day.
Oh, dear, sir. The Chief isn't going to like that.
You don't think the Chief is going to like this, do you, Lewis?
That's what
Well, I don't believe he'll ever get to hear of it. Things are shaping up very nicely.
You mean you're convinced Roop was involved?
Oh, yeah. Everything I accused him of was true. Didn't you hear him lecturing? Industrial chemistry, if I'm not mistaken.
So he may have access to cyanide. But if you're right that Quinn was killed in the early afternoon, Roop couldn't have murdered him.
Did I accuse him of that? I arrested him in connection with the murder of Nicholas Quinn, that's all. And he was scared enough to confirm exactly what I needed to know, that he'd been in Bartlett's office that afternoon. And that's the confirmation that he had a helper.
I don't... Why don't I just listen, sir?
Look, no one man could have been responsible for the death of Nicholas Quinn. One man actually poisoned him, of course, in the way that I demonstrated. Invited Quinn into his office, asked him to help himself to a sherry, and that was that. And that same person could have got Quinn into the boot of his car. Quinn wasn't the heaviest of men.
What? Carry him out through the syndicate building to the car park without anyone noticing?
I thought you were listening, Lewis.
Sorry, sir.
I'll get to that in due course. The point is that once Quinn was stowed away, the actual killer could carry on with his daily life, while Roop, who had an alibi for the actual time of death, could set about inventing a new time of death, thus putting his fellow conspirator in the clear. It's ingenious, you've got to give them that.
Give who that, sir? Who was Roop's fellow conspirator?
Now you're asking me to spoil my little surprise, Lewis. All the board members here for the syndicate meeting. It'll be rather a dramatic moment, I should think.
It may seem odd to you all that I have decided to continue with this regular monthly meeting, given the events of the last week. However, I think in the first place we must do whatever we can to ensure that the Foreign Examination Syndicate continues its valuable work. There is, however, another reason why I wanted you here today, and that is why Inspector Morse and his sergeant have joined us. It's come to his and my attention that there have been certain irregularities in the syndicate's dealings with the Middle East, in particular with Al Jamara. Now, I think he should take over. Inspector?
Thank you, Dr. Bartlett. Yes, it is true that I was going to speak of the fixing of examination results in general and the role of one or two individuals in particular. I note with interest that Dr. Roop is not here, although he had planned to come. Well, it doesn't matter, we'll run him to ground. There is, however, more important business on hand, and I must apologize to Dr. Bartlett for not taking quite the line he expected. Also for putting him under some rather unexpected peer pressure.
I'm not sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all knew Nicholas Quinn. Between you, despite some objections, you appointed him. And I've no doubt that you have, each and every one of you, been speculating about his death. Well, you need speculate no more, because I'm now in a position to reveal every unpleasant detail of it. Moreover, to tell you, within 60 seconds, the actual time of it. Lewis?
Sir?
Dr. Bartlett, I imagine it's well known that you got on with neither Dr. Roop nor Mr. Ogleby.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
One of those enmities was real. Ogleby had every reason to be envious of the Secretary's success. The other, I have to say, was a fiction.
What?
A cover. A blind. Is it true, Dr. Bartlett, that you called a fire drill for 12 noon last Friday?
Yes.
Yeah. It was during that fire drill, ladies and gentlemen, at exactly the moment the bell was ringing and everyone was scurrying down corridors towards the front of the building, that Quinn was killed. And why at that precise moment? Because the killer had planned it that way. Because Quinn could not hear the bell, nor all the movement outside Dr. Bartlett's office.
My office?
He sipped the sherry which had been offered to him, and he died. And then, while everyone was standing miserably in the rain outside the front of the building, Quinn's body was carried to his car at the rear. The killer then rejoined the others and ensured that his own and Quinn's name was ticked off on the list. The rest I won't bore you with, ladies and gentlemen, because I think what you all want to know is who that killer was. But I think I've left it reasonably clear, haven't I?
Me? But, Inspector, you
You knew there'd been corruption, didn't you? But you didn't want to investigate it.
The reputation of the syndicate...
And Ogilvy was onto you, wasn't he? Can you deny that? Ogilvy was convinced you were at the centre of the cover-up.
Yes, very well. Ogilvy had a fixation.
And why? Because Nicholas Quinn had confided in him, had given him the evidence which implicated you directly. Not the letter to George Bland, but something else. Something he'd overheard, or, in his case, overseen. Is that not right?
Inspector, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to be as honest with you as I can. Yes, Philip Ogilvy did accuse me of corruption. And, yes, it was because of something Quinn had seen. Or rather, lip-read. But I can only say they were wrong. Both of them.
Then I suggest you say that down at the station, Dr. Bartlett. And we'll put it on paper and you can sign it. And if a jury believes you, it'll all be torn up and forgotten. The reception, or jamboree, that the syndicate gave for the education department of Al Jamara. That's where it happened. Bartlett admits as much. Quinn looked across a crowded room and saw one of the sheikhs mouth Bartlett's name and specify a payment. Shocked, Quinn then told Ogilvy what he'd seen.
But Bartlett still denies he killed Quinn.
Oh, yes, says Quinn was mistaken. And Ogilvy, of course, but it all fits together too neatly.
I have to say, sir, I still don't understand the whole business with the cinema ticket.
Now, that's where Roop and Bartlett really tried to be too clever for their own good. They were so determined to fill the whole of Quinn's last imaginary afternoon.
You don't think Quinn would have gone to see a film like that, sir?
Well, I don't see why not. After all, if the real thing was out of reach in the form of Monica Height... what was I saying, Miss?
The cinema, sir.
Yeah, cinema. Well, it obviously seemed a good way for Bartlett and Roop to fill in a couple of hours of Quinn's time, so Bartlett went and bought a ticket and Roop planted it in the waste paper bin for us to find.
And Ogilvy's copy?
Well, that's what implicates Bartlett up to the hilt. Bartlett had to go off to his conference, so he left the ticket on his desk for Roop to pick up when he dropped the notes in the office. Now, if you remember, Ogilvy swore he was in the syndicate building that afternoon when even the caretaker said none of the graduates was there.
Yes, sir.
Well, Ogilvy was telling the truth. He'd taken the opportunity of Bartlett's absence to search his office for evidence of corruption. And the only suspicious thing he found was the cinema ticket. Seemed to be there for a purpose, so he left it, but copied it.
And why didn't Roop see him when he came into the office?
Think about it, Lewis. Bartlett, as secretary, had a similar office to all the others, but he did have one privilege.
His own toilet.
Exactly. And that's where Ogilvy hid.
Well, he must have been pretty certain of what was going on.
Easy to say that with the benefit of hindsight. I should think it was pretty mystifying at the time. But he was determined to nail Bartlett somehow, and with his own resources, if it took him the rest of his days.
Which turned out to be fewer than he thought.
Indeed. Has Roop been picked up yet?
No word, but there's a message with all cards. I suppose most of these papers of Quinn's could go back to the syndicate. The ones we don't need as evidence.
There'll be plenty of room. The syndicate building isn't going to be exactly full. You could more or less draw a line through the headed paper.
Graduates, T. Bartlett, P. Ogilvy, M. Height, D. Martin, N. Quinn. Only the two of them left.
What did you say, Lewis?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I said, only two of them left.
No, before that.
Well, I was reading the list.
Read it again.
Graduates, T. Bartlett...
No, stop. Look at me while you read. And speak at a normal level.
Yeah, but if your hearing's on
Just
the blink...
do it, man.
Graduates, T. Bartlett, P. Ogilvy, M. Height, D. Martin, N. Quinn.
Lewis, go over by the door, take the list, and just mouth the names.
Whatever you say, sir.
All right. Go. And again. Oh, my God.
What, sir?
I've made the most appalling mistake, Lewis. We need to move quickly. Bartlett Martin, Dr. Bartlett, Donald Martin. It's not just that they sound similar, it's that watching the lips you can't tell the difference at all. Everything I'd mapped out for Bartlett was true, except that it was Martin who did it all.
So Quinn was mistaken?
Left here, Lewis. If Martin isn't at the Syndicate or at home, I'll place money on where we'll find him. God, what a conceited idiot I've been.
Yeah, I must say, it didn't quite seem in the Secretary's character.
Bartlett had an almost blinkered dedication to building the Syndicate up, not milking it for all it was worth. And left again.
Well, isn't this...
We're going to Monica Hyde's house. She'll be out of the hospital now, and I'll give you 2 guesses who brought her home. All that nonsense about finishing with a bang, as it were, last Friday.
Now that you mention that, sir...
That I could ever have believed a word she said.
I've got a feeling there was yet another untruth. I meant to say something before, but what with Ogilby's death... I don't think Martin and Monica Hyde could have slept together on Friday, sir.
What?
Well, if Monica's daughter was retaking exams, she'd probably have been at home last Friday revising.
Good God, yes. Monica tried to tell me that. What if it weren't the case?
Though exactly why she should lie about that as well.
Martin had told her to lie to cover up what they'd actually done. Gone to a dirty movie. Is that where I've been going wrong with women all my life, do you think, Lewis?
I really couldn't say so.
Anyway, they'll be making up for lost time now. Pull up here and we'll give them the surprise of their lives. There's a side passage. I want you to ring the front doorbell.
Come on, open up, please.
Wait a minute.
Open the door, now.
What on earth is it, Sergeant?
Having a bath, were you, madam?
It's none of your business.
Mr. Martin, are you there? This is the Thames Valley Police and I have a warrant...
It's lies! Whatever Ruth's been telling you, it's all lies!
Out of my way, please, madam.
Get in his way! For once in your useless life, do something, woman!
All right, that's as far as you're going, Martin.
Oh, yes! You're a nasty bit of work, aren't you, Martin, eh? That's what happens if you resist arrest.
Well, cheers.
Cheers. How's the year, sir?
Oh, God, bloody painful, actually, Lewis. Just as well he didn't land another blow. Funny thing is, though, I can hear as clear as a bell again.
Oh, well, every cloud.
Yes, there's a few silver linings, aren't there? Bartlett was philosophical about my rush of blood to the head. We've landed Roop.
And there are no charges against Monica Hyde?
Well...
Still got a soft spot for us?
No. Well, that is... You can't help but feel sorry for her, can you? Falls for somebody like Martin, who turns out to be a double murderer. Hasn't the faintest idea how she was being used.
Well, there's nothing to stop you getting in touch with her at the syndicate.
No, Lewis. Love 'em and leave 'em. That's my motto.
Really, sir?
Yeah. Anyway, sup up.
Oh, we're not going on a pub crawl, are we, sir? Now that you've kicked the healthy life into touch?
Not for the moment, Lewis. Maybe a little later on. And there was another woman I had in mind seeing.
Another woman?
Yes, a Miss Inga Nielsen, I think the name was.
Miss Oh.
Do you care to join me?
I don't think
Come on, Lewis. Wife can hardly be jealous. It's only celluloid.
Well,
Come on, man.
Nej, men det var bra. Ja, just det. Du måste inte stoppa.
What do you think, Lewis?
I'm not sure, sir. I'm having a bit of difficulty with the subtitles.
You what?
Colin Dexter's The Silent World of Nicholas Quinn, with John Shrapnel as Inspector Morse and Robert Glenister as Sergeant Lewis, starred Richard Pascoe as Dr. Bartlett, with Meg Davis as Monica Hyde and Stephen Critchlow as Donald Martin. Philip Ogilby was played by David Timpson. Dr. Roop and Chief Superintendent Strange, John Hartley. Sergeant Dixon, Lyndon Gregory, and Nicholas Quinn, Roger May. Other roles were played by Alex Rafai, Dennis Hawthorne, Geoffrey Whitehead, Jane Whittenshaw, Zulema Dean, Caroline Strong, Patience Tomlinson, Tracy Wiles, David Holt, Ahmed Mustafa, and Alice Arnold. The Silent World of Nicholas Quinn was dramatised by Guy Meredith. The director was Ned Chaillet. The Wench is Dead by Colin Dexter. The 1989 winner of the Crime Writers Association Gold Dagger Award for Crime Novel of the Year. Dramatised for radio by Guy Meredith, with John Shrapnel as Inspector Morse and Robert Glenister as Sergeant Lewis.
Du kühnes, herrliches Kind, du meines Herzens heiligster Stolz.
Try this.
Leb wohl.
Sir? Sir? Sir, can you hear me?
What day is it, Lewis?
Oh, God. Look, get him on a stretcher and down the Radcliffe. Quick.
No, wait.
Come on, lads, quickly.
Wait a minute. Wait. Go on. Come on.
Oh, okay. All right, sir. All right.
Quite lucky, really.
Lucky?
Postman heard you, apparently, and looked through the letterbox. Morse. Mr. E.
Yes.
A few questions, if you're up to it, Mr. Morse. Kidney bowl there in case you...
Look, what's happened to me?
Well, you wouldn't have to be Sherlock Holmes to diagnose some fairly radical tummy trouble. Heavy drinker, are you?
Certainly not.
How many pints a week, would you say?
A week?
I see. And spirits?
Odd drop of scotch.
So, a bottle would last you...
Depends on the size of the bottle. Look, what is the matter with me?
Well, the consultant will make the final diagnosis, of course, but I can certainly feel the... liver enlarged, and you've obviously had a stomach hemorrhage, which at best means an ulcer that suddenly decided to bleed. Well, at worst...
I'm sorry,
Oh, dear. Yes, indeed. Porter! Keep an eye on him. Any change will ship him into intensive care.
Just as you say, Doctor. He'll be in 7C for now. I can't quite make it out.
Concentrate, girl.
It seems to be only every 30 seconds. Should I call the doctor?
Leave him be. If my ministering isn't good enough...
Ministering angel. Oh, nurse. Sister. Nurse.
Bedpan you're wanting, is it, Chief?
Oh, what? No.
Just the bottle, then?
Yeah.
In the locker. Don't unhook yourself. We're all dripped up here.
What time is it?
4:20 a.m. by the clock.
Oh, God.
They carried you in around 9. But I know how it is. You're halfway to the next world the first day or so. Other way round.
I can manage, thank you.
Lucky to get a bed, mind you, the way things are. If they hadn't wheeled the colonel out. Dead men's shoes it used to be. Dead men's sheets now, eh? They changed them, of course.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Look, what do I...
On the table. They'll collect it. Waggy Greenaway, by the way.
Oh.
Perforated ulcer. You?
I'm not sure.
Under the knife tomorrow. Wonderful here, though, the staff. Something about a hospital takes your cares away, doesn't it? I sell insurance outside, and I'll tell you straight, it's the pressure put me in here.
Look, if you don't mind, I'm tired.
Now, you, I'm a good judge of faces. I'd say your line was... don't tell me, I can guess.
Drink. Spell hemorrhage. Sir Jomford Chambers. Chamber pots. Ministering angel. Here's a clue there. Inspector Morse, after a lengthy career marked by ingenuity of... Clue. Not overdue. Think of the clue. 5, 2, 5. Solve that, Morse. One of the few members of the constabulary to be a quarter finalist in the Times crossword. No. Solve it. Respected rather than well liked by his colleagues at the Oxford. No glad fate he contrived. Yes, that's more like it. Was unmarried and leaves no surviving relatives. 5, 2, 5. Angel of death. What? No, it's not fair. I've solved it. I can't. I won't go.
You're looking better this morning, Mr. Morse.
Must be the daylight. Terrible dreams.
That could be the medication. You get used to it. Orange one first, then the white. Now, what excitement have we got in store for you? Oh, an endoscopy. Don't worry, it's painless. It's the injection I give you in the bottom first that hurts.
Why is being ill so undignified? And who said hospital takes your cares away? Is there really a man called Waggy Greenaway?
Next bed, except he's in theatre this morning. We shall have to take care of you if you're not to go the same way. Looks like you've got a visitor. I'll see you later.
Huh? Oh, Lewis. How did you find me?
Well, in the first place, I'm a detective, sir. And the second, I came in with you. Don't you remember?
Well, the last thing I recall is listening to Wotan's Farewell on the record player, feeling a tremendous pain down below and trying to make it to the toilet.
And what do they say is the trouble?
Being held pending charges. But it seems they're not too happy with my alcohol intake.
Oh, in that case...
what do you got in the bag, Lewis?
Well, nothing. Well, a bottle of lemon barley water. The missus thought it might cheer you up.
Well, that's very kind of her. You tell her I'd rather have that than a whole crate of whiskey.
Really, sir?
No, but pass on the message. What else?
Book. It's been knocking around the house a bit, and I thought you might...
The Age of Steam. The Victorians and their railways. Well, if I had a coffee table, Liz, it would have pride of place. Anything else?
Well, we did have a quick whip round the lads in CID.
What's this?
What?
Lemon barley water. There are regulations in this hospital as to what visitors may and may not bring in. You'll find a copy of them posted outside the ward. Your friend here is still very poorly, and whatever you in your wisdom think may do him good may not. I shall remove this bottle, and if you're minded to bring in any other little gifts, please report them to me first.
Who was that?
Sister MacLean. Seems to be a sort of Calvinistic Thatcherite.
Doesn't have to be quite so sharp, though, does she?
Forget it, Lewis. Probably disappointed in her love life or something. What else is in the bag?
I think, under the circumstances...
Look, Lewis, my stomach may be out of order, but there is nothing wrong with my brain. If the lads at the station had a whip round...
Well, sir, not until it's official. If I just pass it under the bedclothes...
Now, this wouldn't be bells, would it?
It would, sir.
Well, I shall dwell on the prospect with pleasure, Lewis. Here, in the locker, before it's spotted.
Well, seems to be the end of visiting time.
Yes. Good of you to come in, you know.
Well, it's nice to see you, sir. Don't mind saying you gave me a fright yesterday. We're all looking forward to having you back at the station.
Really? Have I had a sudden access of popularity?
Well...
Look, was that bottle the result of a whip round, or did you buy it yourself?
The truth is, sir, I didn't have a chance to get round to the others, but the superintendent did say...
Yes, I bet he did. The sooner I can get back, the better, is that it? Well, you ask him from me, Lewis, if he's ever thought about dying.
Would that be a suggestion, sir?
Yeah, you're right. I'm losing my sense of humour. I never could stand hospitals, even visiting. Look, I'd be happy to see you again, whenever you can make it.
Wedding anniversary tomorrow, but Wednesday, I promise. Spirits up, sir, as it were.
Spirits up. But for how long? They never tell you anything. Oh, bloody medication. What is it? They never tell you a bloody thing. Look at that, Lewis. Best pint this side of Banbury. Clear as a bell. A head like Atlantic breakers. It's a shame to drink it. Almost. Ooh, that's beautiful. How's your St. Clements?
Just the thing if you're driving, sir. Will we be...
What, staying here long? Well, I would have thought another one, wouldn't you? Sharpens the cerebral processes. Taken in moderation. Can't do you any harm.
So, if we consider the external appearance of the patient, we can make certain observations. Middle-aged? Yes. Could happily lose a couple of stone, without doubt. Right, let's get on to the results of the endoscopy. Can any of you budding surgeons tell me what they signify? Came the answer, no reply. Shall we try something a little simpler? Does anybody know what an endoscopy is?
It's from the Greek. Endon within, scopain to examine.
Very good, Mr. Morse.
Thank you.
I didn't realize we had a scholar amongst us.
Well, from the way you were talking, I don't think you realized you had a person amongst you.
All right, class dismissed. I'm sure you have other duties to attend to. I shall have a word with Mr. Morse ad hominem. Mind if I sit down, Mr. Morse?
Go ahead.
Still painful, is it, the old gut?
Look, if you're here to bully me...
That's exactly what I'm here to do, Mr. Morse. You have a perforated ulcer. I could operate on it, but I'm not sure I should waste precious NHS funds. What do you say to that?
I don't think NHS funds should be limited.
Good answer. And as it happens, I also believe your ulcer can be tamed by less extreme methods. For instance, a more cautious and restrictive diet over the months and years ahead. You are, whatever evasive answers you care to make, a heavy drinker.
Is that the result of the endoscopy?
No, it is a result of years of experience observing this country's professional classes.
Well, I'm not sure I'd include myself.
And of course, this is only the beginning. Should you care to continue, I've no doubt diabetes waits around the corner. Then after diabetes, of course, we have our old friend cirrhosis of the liver.
Look, I don't mind being given the facts, but I do object to the high and mighty tone.
Don't let it run away with you, Mr. Morse. We are all more or less partial, but keep it under control.
I thought I was.
Did you? Then why do you have a bottle of scotch in your locker?
A bottle? How did you know?
A scrap of blue tissue paper on the floor.
Oh.
Elementary. By the way, word of warning. If you really can't hang on until you leave here, at least wait till Sister McLean's off duty.
Why would she skin me alive?
Possibly, but it's not you I'm thinking of. It's the danger to the bottle.
I'm sorry?
I shall be around again, Mr. Morse.
Wait a minute. You haven't told me how long I'm going to be in hospital.
We're as keen to throw you out as you are to go. All a question of progress. Keep the brain lively. That's my advice. Mens sana in corpore statico.
Oh, just one more to go. 6 letters. Bradman's famous duck. Donald. That's very nice. That's it till tomorrow. Now, what is this soup?
Oxtail.
Eh?
Oxtail soup.
God.
Delicious, isn't it? Never used to like it, but when you've been on the old nil by mouth...
I'm sorry, yes, I should have asked you. How are you feeling?
Oh, never better. Nothing like a brush with a scalpel to sharpen your appetite for life. They say I'll be able to catch up with EastEnders next week.
All worth it then, really, wasn't it?
Have a little gloat on the nurses in the meantime. That Fiona's a cracker, isn't she?
Is that her name? Yeah, she seems a nice girl.
Still, I'm a happily married man. Nothing like the consolations of a family, eh? Daughter's coming in this evening. Can't always get away. Work shifts in the Bodleian.
She's a librarian.
Done very well for herself. Not the books are exactly my thing, but the statistics she could give you on that place make your mind boggle.
Well, I'll remember that when it next needs boggling. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think the Archers
The
are just
Colonel
about to...
now. He was a bookman as well. Not just reading either. Writing. As a hobby, you know. Plug the headphones in first.
Oh.
Gave me a copy of one before it popped off. Can't say I've managed more than the first page or so, but...
It's all bloody pop music.
Channel 6 you want. Look, I wouldn't care to have a glance at it, would you? Colonel's book. I owe it to the old boy's memory. Someone ought to read it. Not very long, and if you're the literate type...
What? Yes, thanks. I'll flick through it later. If it's any better than the Age of Steam.
Of the Summertown parish churchyard, only a few headstones are adequately preserved, and those from the second and third quarters of the 19th century. But it is one such which provides the starting point for this short dissertation, which I trust will be of interest to other local historians. The epitaph itself is brief but poignant. It reads, "To the memory of Joanna Franks, wife of Charles Franks, who, having been primitively and cruelly assaulted, was found most tragically drowned in the Oxford Canal on June the 22nd, 1859, aged 38 years. Behind these words there lies a tale of a helpless young woman who found herself at the mercy of coarse and most brutally uninhibited boatmen during an horrendous journey, whose details provide the subject for the following narrative."
Well, all being well, I'll catch up with EastEnders next week.
So long as you're not sizing up life assurance prospects in the TV lounge.
This is one place I wouldn't try and start working. Anyway, listen, before you go, there was someone I want you to meet. Mr. Morse. Mr. Morse?
Mm-hmm.
My daughter, Christine.
Hello.
Remember I said top dog at the Bodleian?
Oh, Dad. Senior librarian, lower reading room.
Really? Well, when I was there, the librarians were...
Oh, you were at the university, Mr. Morse?
Yes, and the librarians were certainly...
Older, I bet. Told her she'd done well for herself.
Come along, please. I must be going. Nice to have met you, Mr. Morse.
And you, Miss Greenaway.
And you, Dad. Remember that convalescence is the part that makes illness worthwhile. You take it easy. Bye-bye.
Lovely girl, isn't she?
Sure. George Bernard, that is. I mean, the quote from about convalescence.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
How are you getting on with the Colonel's book, though?
It's fascinating.
Well, no need to be polite, just because the old boy's pushed off. Tell you the truth, I didn't even open it.
Well, you should have, Waggy. It's riveting stuff.
Joanna Franks hailed originally from Derby, the only daughter of a reasonably prosperous home, where her father was an agent for the local Friendly Society. Whether she had a rebellious streak or not, we can't tell, but she seems to have broken with middle-class expectations in her first marriage to one F.T. Donovan, an Irishman from County Meath, who appeared in many theatres and music halls, both in London and the provinces. He was a conjurer by profession, and one of his handbills describing him as Emperor of all the Illusionists still survives. See Appendix 1. However, the stage is a fickle mistress, and no appearances are traceable for the last year of his life, 1858. He died that autumn, a childless and no doubt embittered man, whilst on holiday with a friend in Ireland, where he was buried in the cemetery overlooking Burtnaboy Bay. It was a year or so later that Joanna met and fell deeply in love with her second husband, one Charles Franks, an ostler from Liverpool.
And what do you think you're doing?
Me? I was just...
Lights go out at 10 o'clock. You're disturbing everyone on the ward.
Look, they're all asleep.
What's this you're reading? Murder on the Oxford Canal. Some lurid fantasy, no doubt?
Hardly. It's an historical investigation undertaken by the previous occupant of this bed, who departed feet first despite the finest ministering.
That, Mr. Morse, is a very underhand remark. Colonel Denniston was carried off by advanced septicemia, and we were all very sorry to see him go. Lights off.
Look, perhaps you're right. I shouldn't have.
Good night, Mr. Morse.
Morse. What is it with you and women? When are you ever going to get it right?
Like her first, Joanna's second marriage appears to have been a happy one, in spite of the fact that times were still hard and money still scarce. She found employment as a dressmaker and designer's model in Liverpool, but Franks himself was less successful, and finally decided to try his luck in London. He was almost immediately engaged as an ostler at the George and Dragon Inn on the Edgware Road, and in May of 1859 he sent his wife a guinea and begged her to join him.
Morning, Jack.
It was on Saturday, June the 11th, that the petite and attractive figure of Joanna Franks bought her ticket for the narrowboat Barbara Bray, the sole fare-paying passenger, en route for the capital.
Mr. Morse, your morning checkup.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I was quite engrossed.
Wish I had time to read.
You're not working day and night.
Sometimes seems like it. And then at home.
But don't tell me you've got a family. You're too young for that. Anyway, you're not married.
No ring, you mean? Is that what you're trained to spot in the police? Temperature?
Well,
Appearances can be deceptive, Mr. Morse. I should have thought a detective would know that. Besides which, what you need to concentrate on is getting better.
I'm not trying to...
Nodded through customs anyway.
Customs?
That's Sister McLean. One get well card from his secretary, one tube of mint-flavoured toothpaste from the missus, both undeclared. Set your stamp on the ward, have you, sir?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I did have words with Sister last night. Hurts to admit it, but I think I was in the wrong.
Good Lord, sir. Hospital life has made its mark on you.
Less sarcasm, please, Lewis. I'm an invalid, remember?
Is there anything I can bring you from the outside world next time I come?
Well, there is, as a matter of fact, Lewis. A map of the British Isles.
A map of the British Isles, sir?
Yeah, the outside world in miniature. Oh, and if you've got a spare moment, you might find an address for me. Colonel Denniston, or widow of same. No hurry. Next time you're in, it'll be fine.
The captain of the Barbara Bray was a certain Jack Oldfield from Coventry. According to later testimony, a basically good-natured sort of fellow, though of a blunt, blustery type of address. The fellow members of the crew were Alfred Musson, and a teenage lad, Thomas Wooten. The facts of the journey which was to prove so tragic for Joanna Franks can be reconstructed from Canal Company registers and, importantly, from evidence given at the subsequent trial at Oxford Assizes. We may imagine, for instance, the embarkation.
There you go.
I've never been on a boat before, not outside the rowing lake at Sefton Park.
You'll get used to it. Not often we take passengers, neither. These are your quarters.
Oh.
Cramped, I know, but we're full up with cargo.
What you carrying?
Spirit. Whiskey. Come along with those travelling boxes, boy.
Here you are, miss. Where shall I stow 'em?
Oh, wherever they fit, I should think. Here's a penny for you. I'm afraid I can't be more generous. I hope I shall have enough for eating along the way.
Water sidings is cheap, normally, if you sup with us. Apart from that, you'll be left alone. So far as possible on a boat this size.
Oh, well, I'm prepared to be sociable, if we are to be together for the best part of a week.
Ready to cast off, Mr. Oldfield? Go ahead then, Musson, and prod that horse. We'll need to make pace if we're to reach Hawkesbury Junction by Monday night. Yeah.
But reach it they did. Progress to Hawkesbury, where the Coventry joined with the Oxford Canal, must have been smooth and the atmosphere on board amicable, for it soon became known that Oldfield had sat with Joanna in the cabin while the boat was negotiated through the Northwich and Harecastle tunnels. However, from the time the Barbara Bray reached the lonely locks of Knapton Junction, with Oxford still some 50 miles distant, the story changes dramatically. What exactly, we must ask, took place on that last fatal stretch to the triangular basin of Duke's Cut, from which Joanna's body was shortly to be hauled?
So, up, out. Tests.
What, already?
Already, Mr. Morse. Like Caesar's army on the march. Recovery is arriving sooner than anyone expected.
Not total recovery, surely. I can still feel...
Of course you can still feel, Mr. Morse. Symptom of age. Aches and pains bound to multiply. Not unwilling to leave us, are you?
No, but I've...
Don't you worry, you're still a wheelchair case. Won't be discharged till you're walking wounded. Nurse, unhook the drip, would you? And Porter, first stop radiography. Oh. I'd bring your book with you if I were you, Morse. There'll be plenty of waiting around.
But let us leave that fateful journey for the moment and turn to the trial. There were 3 indictments against the men. The wilful murder of Joanna Franks by throwing her into the canal, rape upon the said woman, and the stealing of various articles. Wooten the boy was not named in the final indictment, and Musson and Oldfield pleaded not guilty to the charges, of which that of rape was soon dropped for lack of evidence. Nonetheless, the obvious brutality of Joanna's death attracted a hostile crowd to the courtroom.
Your name again, please?
William Stevens, canal clerk, sir.
And repeat your evidence.
It was Tuesday, 21st of June, about 11 a.m., when the Barbara Bray reached Knapton Locks. The boat remained there about an hour and a half. There was a woman passenger on board. She seemed most aggrieved.
The conduct of these men, with whom I am driven to associate, has been utterly disgraceful. What am I to do?
And did you log this complaint?
I should have done, I agree, sir. Instead, I advised the lady that she should report to the company offices upon reaching Oxford, where she might switch to another boat for the last leg of her journey.
Which she was never, alas, to make. And that was the last you saw of her?
Saw, yes, for she went below. From there, though, I heard an altercation with one of the crew members.
Leave me alone! I have nothing to do with you!
And I could not make out the reply, though it was clear that the 2 seniors of the crew were much the worse for drink.
Those being the 2 defendants whom we see arraigned before us. To entrust a cargo of whiskey to men of such low character seems to me the height of folly.
It appears, in fact, that Stephen's advice did not go unheeded. At Banbury, some 12 miles further down the canal, Joanna made a determined effort to seek alternative transport.
Matthew Lawrenson, wharfinger at Tooley's Yard.
And what time did you see Joanna Franks?
At about 6:30 p.m. that same day. She made urgent inquiries to me about the times of immediate coaches to London and from Oxford to Banbury.
Oxford to Banbury? But she is in Banbury.
Yes, sir. Seemed strange, but then her general appearance was somewhat flushed and afeared. It may be that she'd had a drink. I couldn't say for sure.
And Musson and Oldfield?
Oh, they were well away, the pair of them. They hadn't stopped the boat. Miss Franks had simply jumped off, the way ladies sometimes do for matters of toilet. She could easily catch it up again.
And in fact she did?
Yes, sir. Weren't no immediate coaches to London this side of Oxford. So what could she do but carry on?
As indeed the unfortunate girl did. The next witness was the landlord of the Crown and Castle, some miles below Banbury, where the Barbara Bray arrived at about 10 o'clock that night.
She hurried in and confessed she was so frightened of the lecherous drunkards on board that she was determined to walk the towpath and take her chances with the footpad and cutpurses.
And what was your reply?
I offered her a glass of stout for her composure, but she declined it. Then in came Oldfield and Musson, drunk as lords. Begging your pardon, my lord.
And?
Joanna Franks went and sat by the edge of the canal, sharpening a knife on the side of the lock, for her defence, I imagine, for Oldfield was yelling.
Oh, I'll have my way with her this night, or see an end to the woman.
While Musson, as he turned out to be, was equally belligerent.
Curse her eyes and damn her to hell's flames, for I loathe and detest the very sight of her.
They was neither of them friends of the other. I'll say that as well.
I see. And did Joanna Franks proceed on foot along the towpath?
She did not, sir. Nor did she lodge the night at the inn, which she could have easily done, as we had room. There seemed to be some sort of reconciliation, you might say, for she reboarded the boat, and I remember seeing her being offered a drink, which I think she took.
Well, that cannot be, since the post-mortem showed no alcohol whatever in her body.
Possibly so, sir. Possibly so.
And then, finally, the most grotesque scene of all.
My husband, who is the keeper of Somerton Deep Lock, was fast asleep. But I heard the screams. Terrified they were. I went to the window and saw 2 men by the edge of the boat and a woman seated on top of the cabin with her legs hanging over the side.
Put it down.
Not go down! Do not attempt me!
Mind her legs! Mind her legs!
What have you done with my shoes? Oh, please tell me! What's going on down there?
Hey. Oh, nothing! A passenger, don't worry! She's having words with her husband inside! Her husband inside, that's it!
That lockhouse was Joanna's last hope of safety, yet she ignored it. No one, apart from the evil boatman of the Barbara Bray, was to see her alive again.
Lights out.
It's not right.
Lights out, Mr. Greenaway. Mr. Morse.
Orders is orders. How do you feel after your run around the hospital, Morse?
Like a trolley full of supermarket groceries when it reaches the checkout.
Good night, Morse.
Good night, Waggy. It's not right. Won't do. Too many questions. All right. Enumerate. 1. Good nature of Captain Oldfield. What happened to it? Well, everyone changes after they've had a drink. All right. 2. Why didn't Joanna take the train from Liverpool to London? Answer, shortage of funds. But how much more expensive was it? Well, that can be checked. 3. General point. Was it a fair trial? Well, boatmen hardly the pinnacle of society, public against them from the word go. Did that influence justice? Well, I'm not sure. Fill that one in later. 4. Key to the whole puzzle. Why Joanna's continued presence on the boat? Could it be? No, don't pencil anything in yet. 2 chapters of the book still to go. Anything else? Yeah. 5. Had she or had she not had a drink? Is it important? Imagine a whole barge load of whiskey. Ooh, temptation. Well, there's a single bottle in the cupboard. I shouldn't, but sharpens the cerebral processes. Glass sitting handy. Sister not around. Go on then, Morse. Oh, careful. Stealth the watchword. Now. Oh, liquid gold. It's a shame to drink it. Almost. Ooh, almost feel the brain cells going into action. Marvellous, Lewis.
Sir?
Your missus. Marvellous. Almost prescient.
I see, sir. I'd never actually thought of her in that way.
Yeah, the age of steam. Turned out to be just what I needed. Well, part of what I needed, anyway.
Really, sir? I'm not quite sure
Look,
quite...
it's right here. 3rd-class rail fare, Liverpool to London, 19 shillings and sixpence. She could have afforded it.
Who could, sir?
Joanna Franks. She was sent to Guinea. She could have afforded it.
Yes, sir. What sort of drugs have they got you on here, sir?
I'm sorry, Lewis?
Well, you seem to be jumping around a bit. Are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling much better, Lewis, much better. Something to occupy the mind, that's it. Well, then, was I expecting you today?
Oh, no, sir. But there's another crash victim from the A34 in intensive care, and I thought, as I picked up a map of the British Isles, I'd take the opportunity
That's
to...
most kind, Lewis. Most kind. I'd almost forgotten that. Oh, Lewis. Now, you see that woman by the next bed?
Yes, sir.
What do you make of her?
Oh, early 30s, attractive. Difficult to tell sitting down, but she's probably 5 foot...
She's a librarian, Lewis. Would you credit her?
Well, I don't know.
At the Bodley. Huge repository of information. And I need a word with her.
I see, sir. Would you like me to serve a warrant?
Well, a tap on the shoulder should do fine. I would have thought, Sergeant.
Quite, sir. I suppose you couldn't get out of...
It's difficult to get out of bed, Lewis. It's very hard work.
Right, sir, of course. Anything else? Oh, this Colonel Denniston fellow,
Colonel can wait. The Colonel is waiting eternally, but I must speak to that woman before the end of visiting time.
Very well, sir. Then if you'll excuse me...
That's what I'm trying to do, Lewis. Go on. Now then, map of the British Isles. What's that for? Oh, yes, of course. Ireland. Now, let's see.
Hello.
Ah, Miss Greenaway. Look, sorry to drag you away from your father, but...
Yes?
I was wondering, it's a bit of a cheat not knowing you, but given that you work in the Bodley, and I was...
You'd like me to look something up for you?
How'd you guess?
It's what all the men ask me.
Ah, well, 'tis actually very impertinent, I know, but probably very busy, but...
I am, but I'm busy being a librarian, which includes helping people find information. Now, what is it you want?
Well, I'm afraid it's rather vague, but,
Yes?
What
is it? Mr. Morse? Nurse, sister!
No, it's all right, please. It's all right, don't...
What's the matter? Where's the pain?
It's my stomach. Something I drank last night. I shouldn't have done.
Drank? You're sweating.
No. There. It's gone. It's past.
What was it?
It's my own fault. It's the wages of sin. Now, what was I saying?
You were vague about the information you needed. Look, are you quite sure?
I'm fine, yes. Yes, it's, well, it's to do with coach timetables in the mid-19th century.
Hello? Excuse me?
Oh, hi.
Hi. Do you need a lift anywhere?
Thanks, but I've got my car over here.
Right. Look, I'm sorry for dragging you away from your father. It's just that the inspector can be a bit, oh, what's the word?
Imperious?
Yeah, probably. Even when he's off duty. And you don't get much more off duty than this, do you?
He doesn't look like a policeman somehow.
And what do policemen look like? No, don't say it like me, I know. Did he ask you a favour?
Wants me to do some research for him.
Right. Well, I know it's a bit of a cheek.
That's what he said.
But you'll do it, will you? I mean, I don't know what he's got his teeth into, but it means a lot to him, keeping his brain going. If you think of it as a favour...
I'll think of it as a pleasure. I rather like the look of your Inspector Morse.
This bird here. Be careful now. It's not a sack of potatoes. That's there. You'll be all right now. You're in good hands. Sleep if you can. Away with you. You need that shot. Square.
Who is he?
Mr. Morse. Are you still awake?
Well, I don't normally sleep that much.
Well, you should do. Rest and recuperation are what you need. What medication are you on?
White, orange, and difficult to swallow. Look, the other night I was a bit hasty.
I think this dosage could be altered. I'll have a word.
What I mean is, you are obviously very dedicated.
30 years in the profession. Difficult to think of anything else.
And the deaths? You ever get used to them?
Do you?
I only ever see corpses, and that as little as I can help it. Though my involvement with death is mainly cerebral. Puzzling about it.
If it's your own you're worrying about.
Oh, no, I've got over that. No next of kin. No dependents. No, just at the moment, it's someone who died a century and a half ago that I've got on the brain.
You, Mr. Morse, need some sleep.
Yes, you're probably right, sister. But it's as you say. 30 years in the profession. Sometimes it's difficult to think of anything else.
Take the boat hook. Here, this way. Right, I got her. Got her. I'll get... Oh, my God. What? The face. Right? Look at the face.
Joanna's body was found by 2 local fishermen, floating alongside the bank, head north, feet south. Her face, for some strange reason, had turned quite black.
And tell me, Mr. Oldfield, when you found that Joanna Franks was, as you put it, missing, what, as captain of the boat, did you do?
I woke up mussing. I wanted to know what he'd done with her.
What he'd done with her?
Must have been him, it wasn't me.
Well, you're prepared to admit that one of you murdered her. That at least is a start.
She'd been at trial the whole journey. She was a wicked woman.
Wicked because... Wicked how, Mr. Oldfield? Do I see your wife in the gallery?
Aye?
Is there something you're afraid of admitting? Wicked because she hadn't the strength to resist when you forced your sexual attentions on her? Is that it, Mr. Oldfield? And then, when you realized the evilness of the act you'd perpetrated, perhaps more than once, you decided in a drunken stupor to do away with her. Isn't that it, Mr. Oldfield?
No, it isn't. I never killed her. I never...
And then what happened, Musson, according to your version?
Well, when the boy said she'd been gone for a couple of hours, we went looking for her, along the bank.
Along the bank? In the dark, that would be.
It can be a dangerous place. We were agitated.
You were agitated, and it can be a dangerous place. Never were truer words spoken. And did anybody see the two of you during your nocturnal perambulation along the canal bank?
There was someone, yes. A man passed us. Around 4 it was. And we asked him had he seen a woman walking.
And his reply was?
He made no reply. Simply shook his head and passed on.
A phantom of the night, it appears. just as this whole search for Joanna Franks was a sham. A sham, Musson, because you had already killed her.
No!
Either you alone, as Mr. Oldfield maintains, or the two of you together. You had killed her either by blows or by holding her head under the water as she writhed in agony, and then dumped her body without a hint of remorse in the canal.
No!
You're the third member of the crew. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It is, sir.
And tell me, Wootton, Thomas, what you remember of that night.
I'd been at the tiller, sir, most of the time, and negotiating the locks alone.
And why was such an arduous duty delegated to a young lad like yourself?
Oh, because the other two were a good half seas over, sir.
That much is concurred upon by all. And when you were at the tiller, Thomas, could you hear what was going on in the rest of the boat?
It depends how loud it was, sir.
Could you, for instance, and I apologize to the court for asking this question of one of such tender years, could you hear love-making going on?
Depends how loud it was, sir.
Let me be more direct. Did you hear sexual activity that very night?
I did, sir. Shortly after we'd left Summit in Deep Lock.
I see. And was the aggressor in that activity Oldfield, or was it Musson?
Well, that I couldn't say, sir.
Very well. And after this unspecific activity, what happened?
Well, Miss Franks came on deck, sir, and said she would walk the towpath where all the way to Oxford.
Did she? And she never afterwards returned to the boat?
Not that I saw, sir, no. Though it would be possible to slip aboard again in the dark.
Possible to slip aboard, or possible to slip off. Isn't that right?
Well, I suppose.
Because that is the final piece in the jigsaw. After Joanna left the boat, Oldfield, or Musson, or both, secretly followed her, did away with the poor woman, and then returned to feign sleep until they were awoken by this weary lad some 2 hours later, at which point they shamelessly expressed agitation that their passenger was missing, and went off pretending to look for her. Mr. Samuels, you conducted the post-mortem on Joanna Franks.
I did, sir.
And could you, sir, give the court an estimate of the time of her death?
Not easy, sir, in a body which has lain in the water. Sometime that previous night, certainly, and from the discoloration of the face, earlier rather than later.
And the cause of death?
Again, difficult to say. Some bruising on the face may have been caused by blows, by incidents in the water after death, or by holding the woman tightly from behind. On the whole, sir, I think the most likely cause was forcible drowning.
Forcible drowning? And can you tell me, sir, how the body was dressed when retrieved from the water?
To the best of my knowledge, it was fully clothed, apart from bonnet and shoes.
And there were no other signs of violence?
There was one. The calico undergarment which the woman was wearing had been ripped widely across the front.
And we have the very garment. Is this not it, sir?
It is.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And there was one final witness, whose pathetic appearance drove home the horror of what had happened, who evoked the greatest feeling and the widest sympathy. This was Charles Franks, the husband of the dead woman.
I'm sorry, I cannot bear it. To be under the same roof as her murderers. I cannot bear to look at them.
We will be brief, Mr. Franks. You must simply confirm to the court that you identified your wife's body.
Her face was awful.
But was there not a mark?
There was. A birthmark behind her left ear.
And this was on the corpse?
It was, sir. It was.
And if any other corroboration were needed, The poor woman's shoes, later found in Joanna's cabin on the Barbara Bray, matched in the minutest degree the contours of her feet. At the conclusion of the hearing, after a lengthy summing up, the jury retired to consider their verdict.
3 days.
Sir? Sorry?
You've come up for report, and that's the decision. 3 days, and you're out. Normal meals from here on. Half rations of medication, and try the odd walk around the corridor for exercise. Sister McLean tells me you're all but a well man.
Does she?
And Sister McLean is a real expert, believe me. Seems to think you're a fundamentally strong type, and apart from the kidneys and your liver and your stomach, I'm inclined to agree. You may well last till 60 if you kept down on the booze. Been at the cupboard yet?
Well...
Thought as much. If you're back in here again, I'll cut half your innards away. Bear that in mind. Back to your book, then.
Yes. Thank you.
Chapter 3, Note 1. The man who passed Oldfield and Musson on the canal bank around 4 a.m. may well have been a vital witness in substantiating their claims. Someone roughly answering their description of him, one Donald Favant, had signed the register at the Nag's Head in Oxford on the 20th of June. But this man, despite widespread appeals, never came forward.
Interesting.
Been given the all clear then?
Oh, yes, more or less.
Find home a bit quiet after this, I dare say. Nothing like the ward for a laugh and a chat, is there? I like a joke myself. That's why I'm called Waggy, you see. Walter's a real name. Not disturbing you, am I?
Yes, but while I'm disturbed, let me ask you a question. What's a friendly society, Waggy?
Now, you've got the right man there. The friendly societies were the forerunners of your present-day insurance companies. Everyone got together to pay in a certain amount which they could later draw on if they were sick or retired. Next question.
Where can I find some peace around here?
Oh, well, you could try the library. That's always empty.
Hospital has a library?
Floor below, far end of the corridor. Colonel used to like it there when he could get up and around.
Did he? Then that could be my first little adventure.
Daughter'll be in again today. Saw you were starting to get on. Books, you see. Be wanting to see her again, will you?
Yeah. Yes, if I'm not back...
I'll send her down. Don't you worry.
Silence. Long time since I've heard that. Now, let's see. Collected works of Georgette Heyer. Robert Ludlum. Ad lib. Well, ad librium. What did the Colonel want here? Well, same as me, no doubt. Tranquility for the questioning mind. But in his case, not quite questioning enough, was it, Colonel? Too many prejudgments. Nice bit of research work, granted, on the trial documents and so on, but you've got to stand back. Take the synoptic view.
Synoptic?
Overall. Was there a miscarriage of justice? That's the question. Presumption of innocence seems to have given way to assumption of guilt. Crowds baying for blood. What's a couple more bargees or less in this world?
You haven't finished the book yet.
I know, and I'm going to. But there are too many explanations lacking.
Such as?
Well, the sex for a start. Was it a question of rape or wasn't it? Love-making is hardly the way you refer to a sexual assault. And why was the charge dropped?
Lack of evidence, I told you.
Lack of evidence or lack of conviction? How do we know? How do we know Joanna Franks wasn't leading those men on?
That's a very unfashionable remark. I'm the old buffer here.
All right, but it at least provides an explanation for why they're alternately damning and blasting her and then effecting reconciliations. Now, how would you feel on a long journey prompted by drink if a woman seemed half the time to be offering herself and the rest of the time...
I am dead, Morse.
Fair enough, but I know how I'd feel. And what about the charge of theft? That seems to have quietly slipped away, doesn't it? If she didn't have 2 pennies to rub together, as she maintained, why was there even a suspicion of theft in the first place? What was in those 2 travelling boxes she'd brought on board?
If I knew...
The shoes. Wasn't this about the shoes? She stride off down the canal bank without them?
Too many questions, Morse.
That's what I said.
Then let me ask you one. If the boatman didn't murder Joanna Franks, who did? I was a mere researcher. You're a policeman. You should be able to work it out.
I know, but I need evidence.
Mr. Morse?
Oh, hello.
Are you... I thought I heard...
Oh, I was talking to myself. Huh, bad habit. Did your father...
Said you'd be down here.
Yeah.
Yes. It's quite a contrast to the Bodleian, isn't it? That information you wanted...
You found it?
Yes, here. From the book, Victorian Banbury. By about 1850, coach routes from Banbury to London had been more or less abandoned.
Ah, so that much is true.
However, coaches as far as Oxford were plentiful, as a result of the rail link between that city and London.
And coaches back from Oxford as well, presumably.
Yes. I have it here. A total of 12 coaches made the return journey through the day and late into the night.
So she could have escaped at least as far as Oxford. Well, at the same time...
Sorry?
No, I'm sorry. Carry on, please.
Well, that's about it. From Oxford, you had the choice of the train, or for the poorer classes, another coach, which for 5 shillings deposited you in the Edgware Road.
Edgware Road?
Somewhere near Marble Arch, I imagine. Is that...
That is marvellous. That really is. You've been very kind. Look, I suppose I should explain.
Why you need the information? No one in a library ever does. And I'm happy to have been of help. You seem a lot more thoughtful than the usual brand of student we get.
Really? You're probably just older, that's all.
Not so old. Not old enough to be my father, for instance. Talking of whom, I'd probably better get back upstairs. You have a visitor waiting as well. Your sergeant.
Oh, dear. I owe him an apology.
Here. Take my arm. If you need anything else, any other information, I'll always be glad to help.
About yesterday, Lewis.
Yesterday, sir?
I wasn't very polite.
Polite, sir?
Don't keep repeating everything I say, Lewis. This new habit of apologizing to people's bad enough as it is.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Anyway, I kicked you out without ceremony after you'd gone to the trouble to bring me that map, and it was ungrateful, that's all.
Well, sir, gratitude's never been your strong point, has it? Main thing is, you're on the mend.
Yes, I am, Lewis. I am. Particularly due to a very interesting case.
A case, sir?
You're doing it again, Lewis. Yes, Victorian murder. Possibly unsolved. That is, the accused were brought to justice, but were they the real culprits?
Well, it's a bit late for a last-minute pardon, isn't it, sir?
That's not the point, Lewis. Every case has a solution, whether it's unearthed or not. If it's discovered a century and a half later, well, better than not at all.
And can it be discovered?
With your help, Lewis. Yours and...
I'll pick Mother up about 6 and drop her.
The lady by the next bed.
Exactly.
Yes.
Look, what I want you to do, and what I'd like you to do, I mean, if you've got a few spare moments...
Well, we're never very busy down at the station, as you know, sir.
This sarcasm is getting the better of you, Lewis. What I would be extremely grateful for is a simple piece of double-checking, on the court registers of the Oxford Assizes for 1859. I'll give you a quick outline of the case. Now then, Colonel.
Part 4. A pronounced sentence.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Yes. It's the Colonel's book, previous occupant of this bed.
Oh, yes. Lovely old man.
Yeah, was he?
Always polite. A real gentleman.
That's what women appreciate, is it?
It's what I'd appreciate. My chap, he...
What?
Nothing. Here, the tablets.
Oh, there.
Well, he's a bit older than me. In fact, it was his 40th birthday yesterday. We had a party.
Sounds like fun.
Should have been. Except he got involved in a fight over me. Said I was flirting.
And were you?
Not really. It's just he's so possessive. If only I could meet someone civilised.
What's your idea of civility?
I don't know. A candlelit meal, intelligent conversation.
Oh, well, I'll bear that in mind.
I didn't mean...
Little Greek restaurant I know in North Oxford. Of course, if I had to exchange blows with your fellow first, I'd probably come off the loser.
Well, I could look after you, couldn't I? You've got half an hour till lights out. I'd better leave you with your book.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Well, things are looking up.
A pronounced sentence.
Hmm? Oh, yes. Yes.
After an absence of 3/4 of an hour, the jury returned to the court, which waited with breathless anxiety for their verdict.
And how do you find the accused?
We are unanimous in finding both Mr. Oldfield and Musson guilty, my lord.
The black coif, emblematic of death, was placed on the judge's head, and he proceeded to pass sentence.
Jack Oldfield and Alfred Musson, you have been found guilty of the most foul crime of murder. Look not for pardon in this world. You shall be taken whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution.
After the trial was over, the two men persisted in maintaining their innocence, but to no avail. Oldfield and Musson were duly hanged in public at Oxford, where, according to newspaper reports, as many as 10,000 people witnessed the macabre spectacle. It was later disclosed, though it had not been observable at the time, that Oldfield's last action in life was to hand the chaplain a postcard to be delivered to his wife, in which to the very end he proclaimed his ignorance of the crime for which he had now paid the ultimate penalty.
Lights out. Lights out, everyone, please.
Note of compassion at the end there, Colonel.
Up to you now, Morse.
Have you tried County Hall?
That was my first stop.
Oh, in that case, your best bet would be the city archivists.
But they sent me here.
Did they? Well, they should have known that the Central Library has never held court documents. And if the court itself can't help you...
Not until Monday, by which time I shall be back on duty again.
Oh, in that case...
Hello, Sergeant. We can't go on meeting like this.
Miss Greenaway.
You seem to be having problems.
Well, I'm probably not used to researching, that's all.
It's not much easier when you are, believe me. Patience is the clue.
What's your task for the chief this time?
Copies of the Oxford Journal for 1859. I think he imagined we'd have them to hand in the Bodleian.
That's him. Always assuming that everyone else has an easy time of it.
Do you like him, though, don't you? The chief?
He's the best in the business.
Is he?
That I've worked for, anyway. Not everyone gets on with him, you know, but...
Why?
Well, he's a bit of a loner. Most of his pleasures are solitary. Detective work, drinking, books, listening to music. Which is why this stay in hospital hit him hard, I think. At least to start with. You must get to an age when you wonder whether you've lived your life the right way.
You could say that about most ages, though, couldn't you? Will you be going in tonight to the hospital?
I suppose so. If I find anything useful, which seems very doubtful at the moment. Thanks for your help.
Oh, yeah. Actually, there is a final thought. You could try St Aldate's police station. They housed quite a lot of records and things during the war, although they can't be all that helpful to the public, of course.
Seems like you're in luck after all, Sergeant.
There you are, sir. It's all yours.
Or at least I wish it was.
And how long have you been chucking stuff in here?
It's a kind of storeroom. Legal relics and mementos. In short, anything no one else wants.
And how far does it go back?
The Cain and Abel case, at least. We're supposed to put it in order, but then people keep asking us to fight crime as well.
Sure, I don't know. I was expecting a few piles of documents, not something that looks like the aftermath of a warehouse explosion.
Sorry about that, sir. Actually, I'm on my lunch break at the moment.
Yes, off you go, Constable. I'll have a wade through on my own.
You see, I told you she was worth her weight in gold. You don't get to be top dog at the Bodleian for nothing.
Dad!
Now, if she was as good at finding a husband as she is at digging out facts...
Dad, now that's enough. You sound as though you're trying to sell me to Mr. Morse.
Well, it's the information, really.
Excuse me if I'm out of order. You two chat between yourselves. Yes, sir, there'll be something on the radio.
Oh, dear. I shall have to make it up to him now. It's just that he can be a bit of a trial sometimes. He's proud of me as a career woman, but he wants me to be someone's housewife as well.
Anyone in particular?
I don't think he's fussy. Look, let me run through the notes with you quickly. It's probably best if I sit on the bed. Do you mind?
My pleasure.
Well, this is from the 3 issues of the Oxford Journal.
Mm-hmm.
They gave fairly full reports of the trial, and the law reporter seemed to be pretty much on the ball. For instance, he picked up the point about the absence of alcohol in Joanna's body, despite the pub landlord saying that he thought she'd taken a drink.
Yes, I've been wondering about that.
And then there was the sexual side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently there was some evidence about the captain, Oldfield, paying the boy Wotton to leg the boat through the tunnels. Legging means lying on your back and pushing against the roof of the tunnel. Well, of course, Musson would have had to lead the horse round, which meant that Oldfield was left on his own with Joanna in the dark.
Privilege of rank. Hardly conducive to harmony on board.
You don't think Joanna Franks was an entirely innocent victim, do you?
If she stayed on board in the dark when she could have walked round...
She'd paid to be on board. Women aren't all asking for it, you know, Mr. Morse.
Of course not. I didn't mean to suggest that they
But
were.
You may be right. Reading through the reports, you build up a sort of picture.
Go on.
I don't know exactly. It's as if the bargees weren't quite sure what had hit them from the first. They were keen enough to get their hands on Joanna. They were men, after all.
Now who's generalising?
All right. But it's as if she were one step ahead of them all the time. And in the end, she paid for it with her life.
Well, that's a very thoughtful analysis. Should have had a woman on the case from the word go. But if she was one step ahead of them, what was it she was after? What was it she wanted from them?
If you're asking me to empathise with a Victorian nymphomaniac...
Well, not altogether.
I'm afraid I have run out of ideas. Now, I think I'd better make it up to my father.
Look, thanks for all this. It really is a great help. I mean, if I could make it up to you when I get out of here, perhaps meal or something? I know a Greek place up in North Oxford.
I'll give you a ring. Dad? Dad, turn that thing down.
Sir?
Lewis, where did you spring from?
Well, I was waiting till you finished. You seem to be having a fairly informal chat.
Helping me with my inquiries, that's all.
Oh, I see, sir. That young nurse, Fiona, was watching you as well. Seemed a bit put out. Not playing the field, are you?
What a ridiculous expression, Lewis. It's just that being an invalid seems to have done something for my sexual attraction, that's all.
Ah. I thought it was normally the libido.
I'll use the Latin word, Sergeant, thank you. What have you got there?
Wonder when you'd ask, sir.
Well, I have. What is it?
A little find I made this afternoon. Had the devil of a job signing it out from St Aldate's. It's a travelling box.
What?
Victorian. Initials J.D. engraved on the lid. Which I think might be J for Joanna and D for...
Donovan.
Mm-hmm.
Her previous surname. It is, isn't it?
Seems to be, sir. Because if we open the box up...
A woman. What I need is a woman. Not any woman, either. In the absence of which, I wonder... Just a measure gone. Well, one more wouldn't hurt, would it? Not this time. Nearly there. A step away. Connection to be made. There. Now, shoes, underwear, Joanna Franks, the petite and attractive figure.
Mr. Morse, what exactly are you doing?
I was just...
Is that an alcoholic drink you're holding?
What, this?
You will bring about your own ruin. Bells, if I'm not mistaken.
No? Yes. It's quite impressive.
I prefer a single malt myself, but still.
I mean, well, do help yourself.
While I'm on duty, Mr. Morse.
No, of course.
And you, given that you'll be leaving us shortly, may choose your own fate. Here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, actually, sister, before you go, you might be able to help me.
Help you how?
I was wondering, what size shoes do you take?
I beg your pardon.
Because I can't help noticing that you're slightly built. I mean, you're small-boned. That is,
Petite.
Exactly, yeah. And what I need to know is, what size shoes does a petite woman take?
Well, if it's any business of yours, size 3.
Size 3? Well, it doesn't help much, does it? Because I don't know what size, Look, sister, next to the bed there, see that box?
Yes.
Now, if you open it carefully, it's something of an antique.
Mr. Morse, what are you playing at?
Just a few moments of your time, please. Right there now. Now look inside.
This is a lady's undergarment.
Shh. It's a torn lady's undergarment, what is more, but underneath...
Well, what are these?
Shoes. Rather shriveled, I'm afraid. I'll have to take that into account. But if you could try them on...
Mr. Morse, there's something very strange about your mind.
Quite aware of that. I just hope it's intelligence. Please, just put your feet up against them if you prefer. That's all I need to see.
Very well. There.
Ah.
Well, what does that prove? That I'm not Cinderella?
Well, you're not one of the ugly sisters either.
Oh, thank you.
What are they, do you think, size? 4, 5?
5, possibly. Yes. Well, now, if you've quite finished with me...
Everything I need to know. It all begins to fit together.
Good night, Mr. Morse. I shall leave you to your perdition.
Yes. Yes. Darkness into light. It's like emerging from a canal tunnel. Though not at night. No. Because it happened at night, didn't it? Sometime after midnight. Sometime in the early hours.
Miss, you all right?
No.
Where are you going?
I shall leave this boat, and I shall not return. I will walk the footpath, though it be all the way to Oxford.
Yeah, miss, mind the jump. Oh, miss!
And was he already there? Did you have to wait? Or walk a little way, perhaps? Yes, of course. To a clearing. Through the trees.
Are you there? Is that you? Frank?
Here. Oh, how are you? How have you been? I thought about you. I've been wanting you so...
No. We have business. Did you? Have you? Is everything ready?
It is, yeah, over there in the wagon.
And is she?
Yes.
I have brought the knife. Here.
Good. Well, it's sharp enough.
I'd rather you did it, though. I don't really want to see her.
There's no need. The boat will be slowed at Shuttleworth Lock. Walking fast, you would be ahead of it. There's a place further on called Duke's Cut. Oh. Don't look. If you don't want to see her, don't look.
I can't help it. Who is she?
Oh, Lord knows. She was travelling alone. Left the coach at Banbury. That's where I hired the wagon. There. That should do it.
Her face. I will have to see her face. Oh. It's gone black.
That's from the water and the bruising. All to our good. But we must hurry and have her discovered quickly. What's the state on the boat?
Oh, the men are sleeping. I made sure of that.
Damn them!
They'll be damned all right, don't you worry. And the boy cannot leave the tiller, so...
Yes, the shoes, then. Will we have time to get them on board?
We must. The window of my cabin is open, so as the boat slows towards the lock...
Yes. I'll do it. And you must disappear now. You must disappear for good. You are no longer Joanna Franks. She is. But one kiss first. It'll be the last for some while. Oh.
Well, It's goodbye, then.
Looks like it.
Be someone else in the bed tomorrow.
Tomorrow? By lunchtime, probably. Which is why I have to get it made.
Yes, of course. How are things at home?
Oh, his thick lips gone down. I think his pride hurts more than anything.
Look, about the Greek meal.
I think that was a little fantasy, wasn't it?
Well, not entirely.
I'm not really the sort of woman you'd want to take to dinner, am I?
Well, why not? You're...
Whatever I am, I'm not a librarian in the Bodley. I think she'd be much more your type. Goodbye, Mr. Morse.
But...
Goodbye.
Oh, Lewis.
Yes, sir?
Nothing.
Ah. So how does it feel to be out in the great wide world, then, sir?
Anticlimactic. Oh, I forgot to say goodbye to Waggy Greenaway. Must have been watching EastEnders. Is it on in the morning?
Don't think so, sir. Still, there's always his daughter, isn't there?
Take the leer out of your voice, Lewis.
Home, I take it, sir, is it?
Well, I'm not going into the station. I've been signed off for a fortnight.
Plenty of time to relax, then. Is it the ring cycle takes that long to listen to?
Not quite, but you're learning, Lewis. I've got a little more to do than relax, though, and so have you.
That's true, sir. I've got to work.
Yes, but there's one more thing you can do for me.
Thought there might be somehow, sir. What is it?
Quite simple, really. I want to know the procedure in the Irish Republic for the exhumation of corpses.
For what?
You see, Lewis, the Joanna Franks case is one of the most beautiful little deceptions we've ever come across. Not to mention one of the most blatant miscarriages of justice.
Sir, are you allowed coffee?
Make it weak, and pay attention.
Sorry, sir. Beautiful deception, miscarriage of justice.
The problems inherent in the case, almost all of them, are resolved immediately if we take a small step into imaginative probability.
Yes, sir. You've just lost me.
Look, a court today would never have found those two men guilty on such slim evidence, agreed?
We'd certainly never have got a result on it. Bit on the circumstantial side.
A bit. When you analyse the prosecution case, it boils down to one thing. Everything hinges on the identification of the body, doesn't it? And even there, the face is probably barely recognisable. The fact that a pair of shoes fit the corpse.
Yeah, but and the birthmark behind the ear, sir. Don't forget that. The husband specifically said...
Yeah, all right. We'll come to that in a minute. Question is that if the body wasn't Joanna's, if it was a woman killed at some point earlier...
Sir?
Killed by forcible drowning, certainly. Probably in a horse trough. Yes, a horse trough. Somewhere near the coach stop in Banbury. Because if you remember, Joanna Franks was inquiring about coaches which arrived in Banbury.
But killed by who, sir?
Well, by an ostler, of course. He'd have every excuse to be hanging around a horse trough, wouldn't he? Plus, he'd have been able to identify the most appropriate passenger. I mean, some poor girl travelling on her own, not likely to be missed. Even if she was, no computer networks, no nationwide broadcasts in those days.
Sir, I'm really not with you.
Listen. He has the body in a cart. He rendezvous with Joanna.
Yeah.
Slices the undergarment to make it look as though his victim was raped. No semen test in those days either, Lewis. And then the shoes, the victim's shoes, quietly slipped aboard. Of course, they fitted her perfectly. Although I'm pretty sure they'd have been too big for Joanna Franks. And then, finally, a short time later, the unfortunate girl herself.
What, sir?
Dumped unceremoniously in the canal. Whoever she was now Joanna Franks. The dead Joanna Franks.
If I'm with you, sir, it's rather terrible to think of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dreadful. One murder unsolved and two men wrongly hanged for another which never took place. No, Joanna Franks was not the victim. If I'm right, she was the mastermind.
Yeah, but wait a minute, sir. You're saying that the man who helped her was her husband, Charles Franks, the ostler, because he'd examined the girl he'd murdered, noted she had a birthmark and could bring it up in court. Right. What I don't see is the motive for the whole thing.
Money.
But what money? I know that they were poor.
Well, perhaps not so poor. But they'd hit on a system. They wanted to try it again. No, her helper wasn't Charles Franks. Or not exactly, though I've no doubt he adopted the part so well he paid it unconsciously. Now, you remember the map you brought me, Lewis? The one I was less than grateful for.
Yes, sir.
Well, look. I think the final proof lies here. In Burtnaboy Bay. You're not related to Kipling's Mulvaney by any chance, are you, Inspector?
No, sir, but it's a good question. I can see you're a man of education. My family are all of the Mulvaneys of Cork, as far back as they go. And father and son in the Garda, though I'm the first to be out of the uniform.
Well, it's very good of you to help.
Oh, not at all. It's not every day we get to join in an investigation with the British police. And particularly not in this neck of the woods.
Well, it is unofficial, I should say.
Unofficial? Oh. Well, in that case, we're off duty. Here. Have a drop.
Oh, thanks. Very kind of you.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh, powerful stuff.
Well, it keeps the damp out of your bones. So, how long will you be in Ireland now?
Oh, a few days, touring around a little.
Touring around with a purpose, I'd say. The cemetery's beyond that hedge. That's one of the finest views on the coast if the residents could only appreciate it.
How did you swing it? Digging up a grave?
Who's the bother? No one comes out here anymore. After all, we're only taking a peep inside, aren't we?
That's the idea.
Mind the brambles now. Looks like they're nearly done. And who is this F.T. Donovan we're paying a visit to?
Emperor of all the illusionists, that's how he described himself.
Did he know? How's it going, boys?
There's wood, sir.
So it is. And beautifully preserved, wouldn't you say, Inspector? It's depleting the soil, does it?
So the body inside should
be fresh as a daisy. Like as not, he'll sit up and shake hands with us. Now then, who's to lever the lid?
I've a wrench here, sir.
Away you go, then. Brace first, Inspector.
Yes, I think I will, thanks.
Bloody the shit!
Well, now, what do you make of that?
Perfect condition, sir.
So it is. I might take it for the front room. I'm not so sure about the colour, though. What do you say, Inspector?
Emperor of all the illusionists.
Called and well called. Any man who can change himself into a roll of carpet after death.
Morse.
Hello, it's Christine Greenaway.
Oh, hello. Just wait a minute, will you? I wondered whether you'd ring.
Well, there was one more task you gave me.
You make me sound like a slave driver.
And aren't you? I was happy to do it. The insurance tables.
Yes. Did you...
Oh, they took some finding, tucked away in the stacks, but here we are. This one's for 1859. The premiums are graduated, of course.
By age next birthday. Why, she'd have been 39. Though I suppose they'd have taken out a policy a year or two earlier.
Wouldn't have made much difference. Inflation doesn't seem to have been rampant. Let's see. £3, 8 shillings.
£3, 8 shillings a year. So if they'd had a policy for 2 years, that would have been a net cost of under £7. The payout on death?
100.
Yeah. It's not a bad investment, is it? £100 would go a long way in those days. And if it wasn't the first they'd pocketed.
How do you mean?
Little discovery I made in Ireland. Look, I could fill you in on the whole thing over dinner. Remember the Greek restaurant I mentioned? Bring my holiday snaps along.
Well, actually...
All right, fair enough. I'll leave the holiday snaps at home.
No, it's not that. It's, the thing is, there's someone here.
Ah. A man?
Yes. Sorry. I couldn't say anything in hospital. My father's rather old-fashioned about living in sin.
I see. How is your father, by the way?
Fine. Coming out Thursday. I enjoyed working together. If that's what we did.
Yes, I think that's what we did. And I enjoyed your company.
I have to go. I'll think about you from time to time.
Thanks. I'll do the same. The libido or the attraction? Who knows?
Still, I got something out of being in hospital. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you profoundly. £100 clear of tax. If they made the same on Donovan's death, might have lasted them a lifetime.
Lewis! Yes, sir. Well, sir?
What about welcome home, Inspector?
Oh, yes, welcome home, sir.
Thank you.
But was he there?
He was not. But I was right.
What, the insurance fiddle?
Well, Joanna's father was in the business, wasn't he? She must have seen the possibilities early. And after Donovan's faked death went so smoothly and the company paid out...
They decided to try it again.
Only this time they insured her. Donovan reincarnated himself as Charles Franks from Liverpool.
Are you certain of that, sir?
Certain as a roll of carpet in a coffin. No, more than that. Listen, do you remember on the evidence there was a man who passed along the canal bank that night, a man whose description matched that of one Donald Favant, who never came forward?
Yes, sir.
Well, what is Don Favant almost an anagram of?
An anagram?
F.T. Donovan. Yeah, the man couldn't bear to relinquish his real name entirely, no matter what alias he took up, whether he was Hefty Donovan, like a waggy Greenaway, or Charles Franks, when he turned his real Christian name into a surname.
F.T. Donovan, Don Favant. Yeah, it doesn't quite use all the letters.
Well, the man was committing murder, not setting a crossword clue. But like so many criminals who use a false identity, he needed to hang on to his real self in some respect.
So, Donald Favant, or F.T. Donovan, stayed the night in Oxford after the murder, and then...
And then metamorphosed back into Charles Franks, the grieving widower for the trial. After which, the insurance paid out on Joanna's death. They met up again and lived happily ever after. In the name of... I wonder.
Yeah, it may not have been happily ever after, though, may it? Thieves and murderers do have a habit of falling out, sir.
Mr. and Mrs. Todd Van Naff? No, well, perhaps not.
It's amazing.
And frustrating, given there's nothing we can do about it. Though I am writing to the Colonel's widow, short note of condolence and gratitude.
You won't tell her he got it all wrong.
What's the point? Anyway, I think somehow he knows that. Somehow he's watching us.
And you an atheist, sir.
Oh, for goodness sake, if this is convalescence.
Shall I get it, sir? Take a message?
Yeah, would you, Lewis? Now then, let's see.
Hello? Yes? No, I'm afraid he's not. He's back soon. But who's speaking, please? Oh. Oh, yes, I think we met.
Hmm?
Yes? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. Right, well, I'll pass that on and I'm sure I'll get back to you. Yes, goodbye.
And who was that?
Well, you'll never guess, sir.
No, I won't, Lewis, so tell me.
Sister McLean from the hospital. She got your number from the files.
Not being recalled for a service, am I?
No, not quite, sir. She's off duty. Apparently, she wondered if you fancied a drink.
She wondered?
Didn't sound so bad out of uniform. Quite feminine, really. Said she wasn't one of the ugly sisters. Is that a private joke?
She leave her number, Lewis?
Yes, sir. And her address. Are you going to...
Am I going to? Do I ever turn down a drink, Lewis?
Well, no, sir. But...
Just at this moment, there is nothing I fancy more. Well, very little, anyway. Turn the record player up, will you, Lewis?
Yes, sir.
I'm off to get changed.
The Wench is Dead by Colin Dexter was dramatized by Guy Meredith. Inspector Morse was played by John Shrapnel and Robert Glenister was Sergeant Lewis. Garrard Green was Colonel Denniston, Joanna Myers was Christine Greenaway, Peter Penry Jones was Waggy Greenaway, and Kate Binchy was Sister McLean. Other characters in the present were played by Cyril Jenkins, John Church, Joe Dunlop, Anne Windsor, and Peter Gunn. Characters in the past were played by John Sampson, Melinda Walker, Ken Cumberledge, Paul Copley, David Lerner, Neil Roberts, Melanie Hudson, and Jonathan Adams. The musical theme was composed and performed by Wilfredo Acosta. The director was Ned Chaillet.
I trust this statement will clarify the situation in which I find myself. It was with some reluctance that I signed the original transcript, and I think my own version of the relevant facts may perhaps be clearer. Detective Constable Watson was very patient and polite when I came into Reading Police Station, but I'm afraid I cannot see him as a serious contender for the Booker Prize. All I'm trying to do is to clarify the complex sequence of events it has been my unhappy lot to experience. My wife Catherine and myself, we have no children, had decided to spend a week in northern France. It would have been ungrateful not to invite Catherine's mother, Mary, to join us. She had been living with us for the past 7 years, and although Catherine and I knew how good it would be to have a holiday on our own, we never seriously considered such an arrangement. Mary was in her mid-70s, her health progressively going downhill, with her memory sadly degenerating. In any case, she deserved a break just as much as we did. She had been wonderfully kind to us, especially after the death of her husband, when she'd sold her Georgian property in Cheltenham and given us £45,000. The only hiccup in the plan was that Mary insisted absolutely that she must fund the whole holiday herself. It was a bit of emotional blackmail, yes, but it was a generous offer, and we finally agreed to it. Yet in reality it wasn't all that generous. I had recently bought a spanking new 3-berth caravan. Any B&B or hotel bills would therefore be nil. We were booked for an 8 a.m. crossing. We left Chelsea at 3 a.m. precisely, and with traffic virtually non-existent, we had ample time to take a break for coffee and croissant at a deserted service station. At Dover, we found ourselves drawn up in 3rd place in the ferry queue, wide awake and happily anticipating the holiday. The sky was light now, with the sea calm, and prospects appearing well nigh perfect. At 7:05 a.m. the tannoy informed waiting vehicles that boarding was imminent and that documents should be ready for customs and passport clearance. Catherine turned to her mother. "Give me your passport then, Mum." I heard a groan of semi-panic behind me, and after a couple of minutes a high squeak of semi-hysteria. "Oh no! It must still be, oh no!" Catherine and I climbed the metallic stairs to the upper deck, where we ordered 2 full Monty breakfasts in the restaurant. As the Met Office had forecast, the crossing was smooth, and we arrived 10 minutes early in Calais, where we passed through customs and immigration without the slightest difficulty. Just over an hour later, a spotty-faced youth pointed the way towards our plot on the caravan site. When I pulled up on the parched little area that would temporarily be our home, my shoulder muscles finally managed to relax, and as Catherine unfastened her safety belt, I found myself smiling ruefully as she leaned across and kissed me, before opening her passenger door and walking down the side of the Rover to the caravan. When she came back to the car, her cheeks were a ghastly white. "She's dead, John. Mum's dead." Inside the caravan there was a low wooden box, about 8 feet long, on which 3 persons could sit reasonably comfortably, and inside this box was ample space for us to store duvets, blankets, pillows, etc. It was here that Mary had reluctantly agreed to conceal herself before our embarkation at Dover. We must have been mad, I agree, yet we had one slim consolation. When I entered the caravan, it seemed clear to me that she could not have died from suffocation. The lid still lay alongside, and the expression on her face was free from any trace of pain or panic. We could only hope and pray that she had died comparatively peacefully from something like a stroke. What could we do? What should we do? What did we do? After anchoring the separated caravan, Catherine and I walked around the site, desperately debating the situation, and finally agreeing on the most cowardly course of all. We returned to the car and drove off, minus caravan, for the Coq d'Or, a restaurant I had already earmarked as the best in the immediate locality. But we could peck only occasionally at the veal as our thoughts continued to circle round and round in our heads. As we drove back, we found we had agreed at last on the course of action we should have taken many hours previously, to report everything to the nearest French authorities. We just wanted to tell the truth, to face the music, to accept whatever we had to accept, above all, to be able to arrange, sometime, somewhere, a decent burial service for Mary. It was dark when we were checked in, wordlessly, by the same spotty-faced youth, but the site was well lit, and we had no trouble finding our plot, number 36, just beneath a high beech hedge. But there was no caravan in number 36. Plot number 36 was completely deserted. Luckily, a few places, cars only, were still available on the dawn ferry at Calais, where I explained as best I could that my holiday plans had been curtailed because of a family bereavement. "But you had a caravan, monsieur?" I nodded. "Left it with my friends." We were allowed to proceed without further ado. Once back home, I rang you immediately and spent over 2 hours with D.C. Watson. I was invited to read through my statement and to initial any changes that I wished to be made. There were so many changes, though, that I suggested it might help if I submitted my own version. You are reading that version now. Signed, John Graham. When Detective Chief Superintendent Stratton first read through the statement, he'd known that the situation would be far from easy to handle. The corpse was in a foreign country, was not even officially registered dead, was still nowhere to be found, and might well have been sprinkled with concentrated curry powder in order to confuse any intelligent sniffer dog before being fed into some Gallic timber shredder. Yet now, after a leisurely second reading, he found himself pushing his bifocals a little further down his nose, and then, yes, even smiling slightly. It was at least well-written stuff, certainly of a higher literary quality than he'd come to expect from his own underlings. He rang the newly appointed detective inspector, summoning him into the sanctum sanctorum pronto. Stratton held up the stapled pages of Graham's revised version. "You've already, Yes, sir. What do you make of all this?" "Needle in the proverbial, as far as I can see, sir, unless those Frenchies come up with something. They know the reg of the caravan, and—" Stratton interrupted him irritably. "Just listen a minute, will you, Lewis? Mum-in-law in her mid-70s, okay? Yes, sir. Memory going downhill sharpish? Yes, sir. Selling her posh Cheltenham place at the top of the housing market? Yes, sir. Then insisting on paying for a joint holiday?" Lewis nodded. "So, do you reckon there's just a possibility she's got a few spare spondulics somewhere that some people might want to get their greedy paws on?" "Well, What are the 3 main motives for murder, Lewis?" "Well, jealousy, sex, money. That's what my old boss used to say." "Agreed, Lewis, but there's only one of that immortal trio that's running through all this bullshit." Stratton flicked a statement with a podgy right forefinger. "Tell me, what do you think this splendid fellow of ours, Mr. Graham, sir, left Chelsea at, 3 a.m., I think, sir. The small hours, the dark hours, that's all I'm saying." "Yes, sir." Forget it. You're new, Lewis, and no one's going to blame you for that. But we've all got to start learning somewhere. So what do? 1, you try to find out how much Mrs. What's-her-name's got stashed away somewhere. 2, you'll find out, as confidentially as you can, whether the old gal's last will and testament isn't exactly disappointing reading, as far as her only daughter is concerned. 3rd, but Lewis was bemused. You don't mean, sir? That's exactly what I do mean, Lewis. We've got a murder on our hands. Listen, we're never going to find the old gal in France. Know why? Because she never left England in the first place. Just think. Who saw her leaving Chelsea, eh? Nobody. Who saw her on the ferry crossing? Nobody. Who caught a single glimpse of her once she was over the channel? Nobody. As he walked back to his office, Lewis realised that Stratton was a clever enough cop, one who had just put a wholly different perspective on events, but one who could never hold a candle to his old boss. Sergeant Kate Lucan looked up when he came in. She'd been in the force long enough to make some shrewd assessment of any newcomer. All right, the latest DI was unlikely to become the brightest star in the firmament, but he was pleasant and honest and, well, clever enough. As she watched him, though, she witnessed a colleague who was not exactly over the moon. And very soon afterwards, she sensed that he was pretty amateurishly learning next to nothing about whether some recently deceased old lady had bequeathed a healthy bank balance to an only daughter, or instead, perhaps, had become a posthumous patron of the donkey sanctuary. 48 hours later, the message came through from the French police. The missing person had been found, lying serenely dead in an elongated box inside a caravan, a dozen kilometres from Saint-Nicolas-sur-Somme. Identification was firmly established by the passport found in the caravan. Somehow it seemed to have slipped through the lining of a very expensive, albeit rather ancient, cashmere overcoat. It was Kate Lucan who passed the email to the detective inspector, the latter reading it through with more than a hint of gratification. Exactly what I told him, he mumbled to himself. Good news, Lewis? You did say it would be all right if I called you Lewis? Of course it is. It's just that, well, a lot of people here still think your Christian name is your surname. Like, you know, that TV sergeant in Inspector Morse. Early that same evening, in the station lobby, one of the telephonists smiled a farewell to her now favourite policeman. Good night, sir. And he smiled back at her. After all, it hadn't been a bad day at all for Detective Inspector Lewis David Robinson.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.